Hello, and welcome back to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. We are joined once again by Witan Svan Herul to share his wisdom with us. And tonight we're going to talk about a very important topic, a topic a lot of folks think on, have questions on, and wonder about, but not always the most pleasant topic to consider, but an important one nonetheless. And that topic is death. Tonight, it's fair game, anything kind of surrounding that, death, the process of death itself, the afterlife, things of that nature. And it's intentional that this follows right after our conversation, or Svan and my conversation on the soul complex, because that's very relevant to this whole subject. Before we get started, a week and a half from today, we will be celebrating the third annual Elsie Fest in Wisconsin. If you can make that, please you won't regret it. It is a absolutely fantastic event hosted by James and Sarah Alt. They do an amazing job. I've been fortunate enough to have gone every year so far. They run a really nice event. Looking forward to any of you guys that want to be there. Please reach out to your folk builder and we can get you vetted and taken care of. If you're a member, no need, just get a ticket and get there. But like I said, about a week and a half in Wisconsin. We'd love to see you guys there. Coming up next month, we're having Midsummer at Odenshoff in Brownsville, California. So that is typically our biggest event of the year. It's our longest running national or regional event. It's got a long and storied history. It's certainly the first AFA event I ever went to. I'll also be at that. Looking forward to see folks there. It's a fantastic weekend at a beautiful place at the first half of the Asatru Folk Assembly. So if you're interested in coming to Midsummer in Brownsville, California at Odenshoff, please reach out to your folk builder. Like I said, we can get you vouched for and taken care of. Trying to think of any other developments since last time we spoke, and I don't think there are any off the top of my head. What I would like to do, start at the top of the program here, is if you are joining us, if you like this program, if you share our beliefs, or if you want to share our beliefs, and if you are a heterosexual white person, we would invite you to join the Asatru Folk Assembly. Far too many of us, myself included, spend too much time on the front end hemming and hawing about joining and being part of what we're doing. I'd encourage everybody, give it a shot. Join up, come out, participate, be part of Asatru, and see the amazing things it can do for your life. So yeah, I invite everybody who's eligible to reach out. We would love to have you join us and be part of what we're doing. And that same goes for if you know anybody that should be listening to this program or should be part of what we're doing, please send them an invite and encourage them. To get this out here to more people and more places, I would encourage everybody to like, share, and subscribe on any of the platforms you find, on any of the social media this might be shared on. We're being live broadcast on YouTube, Entropy, VK, and Twitter, and Odyssey, I believe. On Fridays, we're put out on Spotify as a podcast there, so you can listen to the audio format of this program. I appreciate the audience we have in all of those locations. You guys are amazing, and we really appreciate you. I think that's where we're at to start off. If you want to participate in our super chat, if you want to do the super chat, getting your question to the front of the line, Or if you would like to make any donations or tips to us, those go to the amazing mission that the Asatru Folk Assembly is engaged in. I think right now the most applicable that'll go towards, unless otherwise specified, is towards paying off Njordshof. Paying off Njordshof is our first step to moving towards Freeshof and getting that happening. Those of you who may not know, Freeshof is going to be the fifth Hof of the Asatru Folk Assembly, and it's going to be either in Western Pennsylvania or Eastern Ohio. But we're looking forward to that as soon as we can. And the first step in getting that is paying off our previous Hof, Njordshof, and that's our Hof in White Springs, Florida. And noticing on the side, always at the top of the show, we have Ronald Blake throwing $50 to help one of our families who's in need right now. Thank you so much for that. Ronald, I apologize for dyslexifying your name a while ago. It wasn't on purpose. I appreciate seeing you here every week and your generous heart. Your contributions really do make a difference, and we appreciate you. You are leading the way and setting a fine example with that. So Svan, tell us about death. Where's a good spot to talk? You know what? I'm gonna throw a curveball. Let's start the program talking about birth. If we're gonna talk about death, let's start by how does a person's personhood occur, and how do the parts of the soul affix to a person at birth and during the formative period of their early childhood? Svan, can you take us through that process?
Yeah, first and foremost, I'm just checking to make sure everything's okay. I tried to get onto a new camera and it didn't work, so now I'm back onto the old junker. Hopefully no echoes or anything are going on. The biggest thing that I think that we conceptualize life first, then death. And I think it's really important. And like you're throwing the curveball at me, which is fine. That's cool, because we've had long discussions about this. But yeah, the encapsulation of the soul entering into the leak is a process that happens over a series of events and time, in which biologically, as the body is getting ready, and then eventually the mind, and all of these things are encapsulated in a potential state. So the huer, the mini, the ek, all of those things are in a potential and kind of proto state as the baby is being formulated. And those will develop over time in their proto state. But the biggest thing is these parts are entering into the body as they go. And it all culminates to one final and ritualistic act that we partake in as the church, is the name fastening. The name fastening, I think, would be the time in which the link between all of those soul components in the body are now entering into the Orlog sphere that encapsulates both the folk and the ancestors and the gods, and it signifies the starting of all of these things. So the name fastening is hugely important, culturally, traditionally, and even metaphysically, as a anchoring point in which we now state the entirety of the child is here, the entirety of the child is accepted, and the entirety of the child is, there's folk that are responsible, and it is the final point in which we announce they have been received. We are thankful, and we will continue on forward with the new member of our community. So the name fastening is definitely one that comes out for that.
So one thing, and I promise me and Svan are game to go as long as we need to. So I promise we will thoroughly cover death, but this part I do think is important. So the big theme that I want to start the show off with is that a complete life or a complete soul is the culmination of a process, not an instant wasn't then was. There's a time period of the different pieces of that complex developing and attaching themselves to that child. And some of that occurs in utero, some of that occurs ideally, that is cemented in a strong and in a auspicious way in the baby naming that we traditionally do at 9 days old or thereabouts. One thing that I'm sure many of you all have experienced this, and perhaps we have some of our people that haven't, but it was a really big deal to me, was watching the development of my daughter through conception to birth. Because Mandy and I had our daughter later in life, we were both 39 when we had Aubrey. And because Mandy's got really good insurance, she was classified as a high-risk pregnancy just because she was outside of the age range. She was older than is typical. And what was cool about that was that it entitled us to a whole bunch more free regular ultrasounds. So, and I don't know how this feels or how this looks from the woman's side, but from a father's side, I have very, very little check-in during that process. I just got to sit there and hope everything's going good and, hope everything's all right. And babies can be jerks. Aubrey was a little jerk with this all the time. Every time she was moving, when Mandy'd let me touch the belly and feel it, nope, then she'd be still, then she'd hide. So I didn't have any way of checking on her during that. It was really special when I'd be able to go in and you can hear the heartbeat. Even at a little tiny stage, you can hear a heartbeat of this child. And you watch, and we joked, we got a picture on the fridge still of when she was this little manatee, because that's basically the shape of what she looked like on the ultrasound when she was, just barely visible on there. It was this little manatee creature. And you watch as the different parts of the leak form in utero. And you start watching how there's intentional movements, or there's movement in response to the ultrasound, or in response to, Mandy drinking some cold water, or in response to, the nurse trying to poke around and get the baby to get in the right shape for the ultrasound. You watch those kind of responses, and that, most primitive layer of the Huger start to develop. And you watch the different pieces of that soul coming into play. It's our belief that when the child is born, they have a lot of those things, but not all of them. Haminya and Philia, and that concept of the woad self, those other pieces come into play, those more esoteric pieces, and the mini, those things come into play at the naming ceremony. When the naming ceremony is conducted, ideally by a Gothi, in a ritual way, in a ritual context, it facilitates all of those things integrating in the right way, in the right time, in the eyes of the gods, in the presence of the community and of the ancestors. And from that day one, that baby is part of a collective whole. It's part of a group Haminya. It's part of an ancestral line that it's fully accepted and integrated in. And it starts off auspiciously. In the AFA, when we do a baby naming, we start the child off with a rune pull for gifts from our Nornir to bestow upon this child, to kind of direct them or guide them in a positive and an auspicious way, to start them out with a positive advantage that they wouldn't have otherwise. And I know that raises some interesting questions because most of us didn't have a baby naming, at least not in that context. Some of us may have had a christening or something to that effect in a different religion to do a similar function. So we have a certain amount of dysfunction and disconnect that throughout the course of our lives, we repair those things. We're not saying that if you didn't have a 9-day-old baby naming, that you can never be a complete soul. But what we are saying is you will never have the same advantages to start out that you would if you did have that baby naming. So that's always an advantage. And, we always talk about how we want to start our kids off in life with the very best opportunities. And that's one thing that we can do as a church, as a folk, to start our children off with that positive momentum. But yeah, you watch that soul gain those pieces, gain different levels of consciousness, the Huger grow and become a full piece of that soul over time. You get to see it when the baby opens their eyes. And at first they can only see, a couple inches in front of their face. Then they can see a couple feet. And eventually they see the whole wide world, and you see them light up. And this may seem like a strange deviation on this conversation, but it's not. Life is a whole thing. You can't properly talk about death unless you talk about birth, or birth unless you talk about death and those things. They're intimately connected. And I think it's fitting and important that on tombstones we put the life rune at the beginning, at the birth date, and then the death rune to bookend that life as a complete unit here in Midgard. So that's the bit about birth and the baby naming.
Well, I wanted to also point out too what you had said about the life and death rune is it's imperative for folks to know that life coming into the material, into the middle, into the time or the place that's weaving weird in the material and what we would conceptualize as physical. That coming down from the root, from the branches, or coming down from the above, from the tree, from Yggdrasil, that life tree symbol is very important because it's talking about receiving from above, and the woman's body is in essence becomes a receptacle of a secondary soul that needs time to grow and be cared for. And so those three components that show up first are, the body, and the Huer or the mind starts to activate, and the soul is there. And the soul is there to hold all the kind of internal parts, while the external parts are building. And then the rest of it is like seeds or a proto sense. And I've even heard of women folk and men folk seeing symbols or imagery or things that kind of gravitate around the time that they're having the child that would lead to possible symbology of the Filkia, as if like that communication level is happening outside, but it's not quite attached to the baby yet. And the Haminya that's coming in is kind of the Haminya from the blood and from the past, but not quite the Haminya that's created by deed, because the baby hasn't had a chance to. So those three, I would say, are the major. The one that I've often pondered about is, when does Ond become a definitive part of the physical? There's the spiritual awakening and connection to the gods, but some people have speculated it could be also to the moment they draw their first breath, that the Ond comes in then. I've heard two sides of that argument, where the Ond is with the child before they leave, because the moment they're actually inundated by sound or vibration, they are connected to the Ond. And then others I've heard say, the first breath is a time that the Ond enters in. I don't really speculate too hard on that, except beyond, I think vibration is more the one I lean towards, but I can see the legitimacy of people wondering exactly when the spark life and the consciousness enters in to create that final development. And then, in the name fastening, when the child is being anointed with the runes, they're also being spoken over. They're being spoken over by the Govi, and they're being spoken over by the parents. And so this kind of, I think, moment could coalesce too as kind of like another development of the Ond.
See, when we, and I think that we're limited in this discussion a little bit by vocabulary. The Ond as a concept, I think, is further broken down into three pieces. And we see that when Odin, Vili, and Ve bestow personhood on the driftwood they find on the shore. Ond is a part of what they give, but they give Ond, Other, and Lao. And while the other two of those, I believe, are given to that child when they're aware of sound, when they react to sensory things. That Ond, that moment when they're born, and sometimes they have to be slapped on the butt or on the back to make that first cry and that gasp of air. It's always been very symbolic to me of Odin when he took up the runes, when he hangs himself from the tree and he approaches death and beyond the veil, and he comes back, he takes up the runes, he takes them up roaring. He takes them up with that initial sound that breaks the silence. And so much of our lore is around creation coming from an outpouring of sound. Odin picking up the runes and roaring. Ymir, the roarer, being that root of creation. So that first, when that baby makes that first cry, to me, that's the point of coalescence where that part of life is fully within that child at that point. And then those other pieces that affix to it that are more, and again, language fails us. I was going to say more external. They're external in the sense that they're not of the body, but they're integral to the person. So they're physically external perhaps, but they're certainly not esoterically external.
Right. Almost like orbiting in a pool. There is a connection, and that will eventually bring in the argument of whether or not like all people have a fully developed Filkia. I think that sometimes that pull is stronger for some than others. But yes, that it's almost like that orbiting essence of the soul can never escape from the core of it, but comes in over time or develops over time.
So we're 25 minutes in, and we have not talked about death at all yet. That's okay. That's how we do this. So, Svan, could you walk us through what happens as we approach death and as death sets in reference to the soul complex?
Well, I think the biggest thing that we have to tackle is death. The usage of the word death in context to our ancestors, a lot of time, the shrouded time, the time of, well, oftentimes what we say, through the veil. And that those two things, shroud and veil, it's very much the same thing, but those manifest in the name and in the word hell, and hell means to shroud. And so when the shrouding time comes, whatever it may be, whether it's swift or whether it's over time, the shrouding time falls over, and the first thing that is to be, is lost is the leak. The leak kind of is relented from that, and the Ond, or perhaps the Ond, is the vehicle of everything else. The Saul and all other things is kind of released, and from this point we have the active brain is gone. The Huer, the brain that processes information. And now what remains is the Ek and the Mini and the Ond itself as like a vehicle, the Saul, and all of these components begin to move forward or move onward. Our ancestors said, that they moved northward and downward, and they specifically talked about a gravitational point. Nipa's cave, the cave that sits on, it's an outcropping on top of a hill. And what this is kind of seen as is this gravitational point of the soul. But is it literal as it is per se more the natural flow of where all of that goes? Is it escapable? Is it inescapable? There again, some souls remain, or there's the, like we had the conversation last VNS about lost souls, and so there is something there that I could speculate on. Obviously, we can't say with that certainty level of what I like to believe, that there are not souls, but that mainly Hammer stay. And it does seem to be that the Hammer does stay, or at least shards of it stay in times around the moment when the soul is being shrouded or being covered. But once we move beyond northward, downward, and we do pass through this threshold, the threshold of death is a long process that doesn't necessarily equate to something of like an equated distance, but is seen as an encapsulation or a movement through threshold. The soul moves out of the realm of the middle, out of the time realm, out of the realm of weird weaving in its material sense, and moves into and downward into a space that is beyond, below, or outside of the reach of time. And this is really significant through the process of walking the road downward and over the bridge. And so the first thing at Nipa's cave is of course Garmr. Garmr is the hound, the death hound. Culturally, the hellhound has been long before Christianity in Anglo-Saxon and in Teutonic culture. Of the sooty hound, the black hound. Oftentimes death was personified like a grim reaper in the form of a hound. And so again, this is just more or less the inevitable that we all must face. Whether it's not actively chasing you, it's the inevitable end is we're actually moving towards it, even though it seems like it's coming for us. Again, that's the dislodgement of time. Everything comes at us when we think of our perspective in time, but in reality, we are moving towards it, we are part of this cycle. So once we pass through and we enter, there's a couple of things that can happen, and just to kind of bear in mind, when the gods see us and witness us through the well of earth, which is in heaven, there is the ability for them and your ancestors to, in essence, mark your soul, to mark the filkia that then carries your tag, if you will. As you pass through, you could be marked by the gods in great fame and in great glory, or you could be marked in destitution and malice or a better word would be to be neaved, to be completely against that which is good and right. And as you're marked, as you come down and cross over the bridge, you end up engaging with another entity that, again, we call her Mothguth, but what Mothguth is a switch point. This is the point in which already your ancestors know that you are coming, and the accumulation of your orlog is with you. Your mark is with your filkia, and so hell is concerned with her duty. What they are doing is saying whether or not you're allowed or admitted through. Mavguth is the stopping point in which she has to shift if by chance the soul is unwelcomed by the ancestors, unwelcomed through the passage of death, then you are bisected off to a path that is much darker and far worse. And we'll go over that in a little bit. Let's let's just put that on the side. Passing over the wide bridge, and passing through the gates of hell, the shrouded, the veil, the wide gates that accept all. Once you pass through this, you are in essence entering into the final stages of death itself, and the soul passes through this point. And what lies beyond Helgard is where the ancestors are waiting. Hell, I think a lot of folks take hell to as she is some sort of adjudicant of the soul. Some people go with that route. Some people like to say that the gods come down from heaven and they kind of have this Egyptian style weighing of the soul judgment, which is not very, I mean, that doesn't really exist in Aryan branches. It's not an Aryan structuring of understanding. The gods seem to want to witness you as you live, and we see that in our vocabulary and in our culture. We want the gods to witness us. We want the gods to witness our deeds. We know that the gods mete out our doom. They look down upon us through Earth's well, which is in heaven. It says in the Gylfaginning that they look down and they mete out those things. They are part of the process of our living life. But beyond that, that is when we enter into the realm of the ancestors. And a lot of times, this is when the collective, when I and you and all of us together are making our mark in weird. If I am to pass beyond the veil, then this is my time in which I now coalesce as an individual back towards the collective of my ancestors. So the gods are not at this process now, and hell is pulling, drawing as she does. When in the Gylfaginning it says, that she is given domain on the edge of Niflheim. She is given this place, this drawing power, and she is given power over all the 9 worlds. And what I think a lot of people convolute that as, she's not gaining dominion over all the 9 worlds. It's that her power, what she is, resides there. And it is expansive through all the 9 worlds. All things must end. And she is that drawing point. And so when you pass over the bridge and through the drawing point, that's when you enter into your ancestral folk soul. And at that point, things are left along the way. The Filkia is gone. The Haminga is brought in the Sau into the halls of the ancestors. Those collective deeds, those memories, and even the Ek, the ego is still, in presidence there. As you move in, so you don't necessarily dissolve into some ether per se, as is more your memories and your ego are so united at this point that they're brought in to offer back into the collective of the folk soul.
So all of this being a process is really important. And we're limited in this whole conversation, our physical existence with our limited vocabulary. We're explaining things far beyond the mundane language of man. So it's really hard to make it all translate perfectly. The other thing that I'm throwing out there, none of us know all of the answers to these questions. We have ideas, we have things that we do know, but the bigger answers or questions we'll find when we're on the other side of that veil. We just have glimpses.
Our mythos language gives us clues.
Yeah, it gives us directions, it gives us context, but what's beyond the veil is an exciting adventure. And I think that there's so much there that none of us can even comprehend at this point.
It is worth saying too that the Snorri, when he was writing down in his poetics, he absolutely added on a lot of his own conceptualizations from a religion that had been, established within the last 150 years at least in Iceland. And so there is this poetic sense that I think causes a lot of confusion for folks when we talk about death. but we can see it still. You know, when we talk about the vipers and the venom and the slow moving shades of time, that again, that separation from time, the calamity of all the nine worlds resides in that drawing factor, like a magnet from hell. That's what her power is, and those take symbology in the vipers and the disease and the famine and all the things that plague the folk as they. It's that part of that drawing process.
So there's coagulation at birth, and there's dissolving at death to greater or lesser degrees. One thing that I think is, if you die suddenly, then you have this whole soul complex that all of a sudden starts from a 0 point and works towards that process of shedding the things that shed and of integrating the things that make it into the soul that then pass on. But when you die of disease or of advanced age or other things, then that process starts before actual death sets in. And people who've experienced any of that process, you've seen that with loved ones or whatever, you can see some of that. I've mentioned on the program before, watching my mom's battle with Alzheimer's. And I think that, elderly people experience a lot of these things, even in small measure before they get there. But the memory starts to leave them. Alzheimer's is particularly malicious because it rips that from these people, and it's so fundamental towards who you are. And you watch the hugger, or the ability to conceptualize day-to-day things and those thought things. You watch those, what we would consider mental faculties, leave first. You watch the leak. Not only does the leak die and decay after death, but you watch as advanced age sets in, your leak starts breaking down much, much earlier than all of that. You watch the age set in, the decay of the body as one gets in very advanced age. So all of this is a process. The process of walking the hell road, like Svan was saying, and your ancestors letting you in or not, it's funny because that happens in mythic time. It happens outside of a linear time. And it's not like that's one stage of the death process, as if this happens, then this happens, then this happens, then that happens. One of the things that has always been an observable phenomenon of people who've experienced near death, very often they are met by their ancestors. Very often their loved ones, specifically loved ones close to them, like grandparents or mothers or fathers or people who've, not their ancient ancestors, but their recent ancestors, will be there to witness their death and to welcome them. I don't know if that happens to people who are dirtbags. Maybe that only happens to people whose family, want you. But that's a very, very common thing that everyone sees. I say everyone, that a lot of people in those circumstances see, is that welcoming presence of, perhaps their DC or their Alfar. How that all fleshes out is a little bit different, but their family members who've already preceded them beyond the veil, coming to welcome them and help with that process. And that's something we know to be true. The specifics of all of it, we can speculate on and make educated speculation, but we do know to be true is your ancestors are concerned with it and do make an appearance at that point. And you can be accepted to sit at the benches of your ancestors, or you can be rejected if you're, not a good person. But so we talk about that disintegration and breaking off of these different pieces of the soul that aren't necessary for that next stage of the existence of that soul. Pieces of that Huger and that Minni, and Svan and I were talking about this the other day to prep for this program. You can't lose all of that Minni because our ancestors look on after death and love us and care about us. That's the whole principle behind the DCer, is that they love their families so much they look on. You can't have that if you have no memory of these people. But there's elements of the Minni that aren't necessary. And there's elements of the Huger that are no longer necessary. So that which is necessary dissolves into that soul, or integrates into that. And the parts that aren't, leave and are absorbed back in that folk soul. The idea of the folk soul is multifaceted. It is the source of our connectivity through our blood, through our ancestry, through our race. That's that racial memory that we all have, that we're part of. It's also a well of soul component and whatever we want to call that magical material that makes us living souls. And it's a well of that that's stored, that's it's a storehouse of that potential magic that's put into each of us to make us souls. And it's the accumulation of the knowledge, the wisdom, the haminya, the experience of our entire race since the very beginning. And it connects us with our ancestors into the most distant future. But so when all these pieces disintegrate and go out, there's the idea that the soul itself is immortal and can't be destroyed. And I think that's true, but perhaps misleading. We do believe that if you are a particularly villainous, dirtbag, horrible person that is of negative value, that the dissolving of your soul takes your, and I apologize for stumbling over my words here. As I said at the beginning, it's a hard thing to put words to the bigger esoteric concepts. But the idea, the most advanced of us, the heroes, the maguses, the people who have found mastery over their soul, maintain the most I-ness, the most unified individuality when passing beyond that veil. Those who are completely base and who behave like beasts and are without that inherent nobility, they do have the possibility of being on the strand, on this beach where they're dripped upon by venomous snakes. The idea of that venom is a further dissolving of that I-ness. So your soul at that point, that special thing that makes you from the sum of your parts gets dissolved, and you are just your component parts at that point. Those parts are reabsorbed into that folk soul for hopefully better use in the future if you're found that wanting by our gods and our ancestors. What I think is really important that Svan mentions, we absolutely believe in judgment. Judgment is super important to us. What we don't believe is that we can screw up our entire life and then try to make a race for the finish line at the end and see if we can do some big thing that negates everything else. Yeah, do that if you find yourself at the 11th hour and you've been a dirtbag, but the gods are watching you since you're born. Your ancestors are watching you since you're born, and they judge you along the way, and they make decisions about you, and they gauge and they weigh your reputation. They weigh your reputation. Are you worthy? Are you worthy of, just going back to your ancestors and then figuring that out later? Or are you a hero, and do the gods want to welcome you to their halls and feast you at their tables with the rest of the heroes? Do they want to make you an alfar or a DCer? Do they want to elevate you to something more than you were because you've earned that and been found worthy? These are decisions based on your deeds throughout your life. And your ancestors pay attention to you often, but so much of what we do in a ritual context, we want to gain the positive attention of our gods. Now, historically in modern Asatru, people have been scared of that. Do I really want the gods to pay that close of attention to me or not? And that's a tricky question. And I think if we're all honest, we have a little bit of, man, I don't know if I want, especially with Odin. People have talked about this. Do they want to gain the attention of the Allfather? Because our folk tradition says that he is a sterner judge than some of the other gods, and that he tests people, and that he looks on with a more critical eye than perhaps some of the other gods. If you want his attention, you want to see him you want him to witness you doing great things and smart things and winning and victorious. But do you want to have him witness you sitting around being lazy, or you sitting around and doing something stupid, or chasing after a girl at the cost of beneficial things in your life? Or do you want him to see all the screw ups that we all make? And that's an important decision to make when you engage in ritual practice. But the idea of drawing their attention to you. So this is all going somewhere, I promise. So reputation is a key. It's a key in this world. And what we believe very strongly, because our gods are real. They are real. They have personality. They have individuality. They are a person. They are a spiritual person. That word sounds so limiting, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but at the most basic level, they are intelligences in and of themselves. They are people with personality. Our only way of understanding how to interact with them is to start with how we would interact in any other relationship. You'll notice that the way you interact with people is similar to the way you interact with your pets in ways. In other ways, it's hugely different. But when you interact with other creatures, you base it on how you would interact with another person, because that empathy is what teaches us how to have relationships. Extending that to the gods, reputation is important. We judge one another by our fame or our infamy, by our reputations that we've built in Midgard with those who know us, by what people we trust say about a person. It's why, letters of introduction used to be so important, because what people we trust say about you gives me a reason to trust you or to look deeper into you. This is all going to the idea of posthumous ascension. If the gods have been watching you this whole time and had their eye on you because you're a great person that they want for something more, then that's great. And they can bring you and invite you up to something better after you pass. Shoot, perhaps they could invite you before that. That's between you and the gods. But if you've passed and you haven't ascended, but your folk appreciate you and celebrate you so much, and sing your praises and raise horns to you and celebrate you and honor you with monuments and with stories of your glory and your deeds, then it draws the attentions of the gods to reconsider and hey, maybe this guy's worth something, a little bit better. Maybe we need a closer look at so-and-so. That's very important when we talk about how we honor the dead and how we treat them in Sumbul, how we treat them in funerary rites, how we treat them with monuments or with grave markers. All of those things come into play when we consider this. So that's my rambling on that. I know we're about an hour in and we haven't gotten any questions yet. I promise we'll get to your questions. And if you want us to get to your question first, make sure you go to Entropy and get on that. But we'll answer all your questions regardless, I promise. This is just a very big subject. And I think that brings us to where we can start hitting some questions, and then maybe we can talk about funerary practices here once we hit some questions. What do you think, Svan?
Yeah, absolutely. And, we could definitely, I think we should try to hit some spots too about like you said, about the dissolvement of the soul. Ones that are marked by the gods are marked by the ancestors to not be allowed back in. And what happens to them about the river Gjol and the river Slither and the Varkar that wait there. And I think also too, talking a little bit more about the drawing up, the drawing up of the soul in the middle, and also the drawing up of the soul after from the folk soul is another big one that we should cover. I think we can sprinkle it in as we go.
So let's do that. Let's make sure we hit all of those. I want to talk about burial versus cremation. I want to talk about graves. I want to talk about there's a number of other topics that I would like to talk about, but I want to make sure we hit some of these questions while they're sort of fresh. So let's make sure we get to them. And like I said, we'll answer all of your questions, no matter how long it takes, because victory never sleeps. So some of them we've hit, and I've seen over in the chat that we can disregard. So I will try to do that judiciously. First question that we haven't already touched on: and this one is a really hard one. Hard not because I think it's difficult to find the right answer, but hard because it's not always what everyone wants to hear. What happens when a baby of our folk dies before the soul can fully develop? That is a common question that a lot of people have. And it's one that it's so tempting to just make something up that sounds nice, but that's not our job as priests, and it's not the right thing to do. And I want to throw out there a caveat. The gods determine these things. Svan and I don't. Svan and I do the best we can to communicate what we know to be true. The gods can change the rules on a lot of these things depending upon their discretion. And so the gods are not beholden to what Svan and I say. We are beholden to the will of the gods. But to the best of my understanding, what happens is that incomplete soul goes back into the folk soul, and those pieces go back in there to be utilized at a time that's better, that's more advantageous, that those pieces of the soul can find fruition. I also, and this is a little bit of UPG, but it's something that I've found to be meaningful, is there's a certain something about that soul that chooses or has the potential to choose the family that it gets born into, in a way. And I don't know how that all works out, but I think that there is a bit of truth in that. And there's a bit of intentional direction from the gods, from our ancestors, from that proto soul into where it goes and how it comes into the world. And so I think it's shuffled back into the deck for another time and another circumstance and another situation. I think in some ways that's comforting to parents that have lost a child before their soul's complete. In others, I think it can be sad for them. So it kind of depends. Svan, what are your thoughts on this?
Something you said earlier, and I think it's really important that everybody that's listening understand this. When you talked about how mythic time is not like necessarily the way we perceive time. There's not a set series or a set distance. There's no mile markers or things like that. One of the things that you really have to get if you're coming at this into the faith is understanding above is the source, the gods that order time. That time flows from them, but they are not. They order it. They place it into being in the middle. We here are living that time, and that which is beyond the time is also connected. So almost like two spheres, a top and a bottom, that intermingle, or actually, I would even say coalesce. The gods are not far away as we would always think. Neither are the ancestors, but they are. They are clearly far away because they're not us. They're not in the same. So, but it's like an overlay. That's why we often use the word beyond the veil, or as the gods exist beyond the shimmering path, Bifrost. That shimmering path is the translucent veil of light that's between us and the divine, but they are quite there. So, you know, when a person becomes one to the einness that you said, the oneness, and Odin can, at his decree, choose and pull up that soul right then and there, even before the actual final result of the death is complete. It's already been doomed and committed. He pulls you up. Just like that, there is the sense that that connection point up, there's the same as the connection point away. When the soul is coalescing and there are complications or issues, things that happen, and that stuff cannot be completed, then there's another direct connection of those soul components that, again, like you said, kind of get shuffled back in. Those components are bridged there. They're being sent. They're being they're coming down, but as if it doesn't work out, they then fall through and into the realm of that folk soul again. So that the cycle is not broken because the child never completes the physical manifestation in the middle, but simply passes through that veil again and enters into the folk soul. And there's a lot of things that can happen with this. I mean, we talk about physical ailments that that we don't have control over, whether it's, say, environmentally, something happens to the mother, or or to the child. There's lots of factors that could create the situation in which there's not a full manifestation of all the components leading to the naming ceremony and the final completion and moving forward. That part then continues to that descent, but not in a whole sense, but as in a component sense, brought back to the folk soul to be utilized later.
And this is important as an add-on to 2 weeks ago's discussion about the importance of the leak. In this world, in Midgard, the leak is so primary in its essential qualities because the rest of that soul complex can't exist in Midgard without a suitable leak. And that's where we see a lot of this happen. If the leak isn't able to form in a way that's stable and that's healthy, then those pieces don't have that primary material to coalesce around and to complete that unit into the world. So from Tony, the King of Cheese, Matt and Svan, how are you doing tonight? We appreciate you asking, Tony. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing fantastic. I look forward to this all week. This is a really special time for me. Love these episodes with Svan, one of my best friends. Love talking to you guys. Yeah, I'm doing great. Svan, how are you doing?
I'm amped. This is such a great, it's a great subject, and there's so much to cover. There's so much to talk about. There's so much to conceptualize and to convey through observation and through faith. The way that we've developed a way for us to show people this very, very deeply, encompassing subject.
As B.A. Baracus would say, Svan is on the jazz. And yes, I am an old man. Dun, 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 it's one of the best shows, and it's terrible when you go back and try to watch it. It's absolutely ridiculous, but I still love it. And it's fundamental in my childhood.
I bought a Mini 14 because of that show.
There you go. So, although they all needed a lot of target practice, they needed some range time. So, our next question, and I think this is a really interesting one. And I'd like us to expand this to a lot of these kind of things. So, what part of the soul is present in a Draugr?
Ooh.
What say you, Svan?
Okay, Draugr. Oh, hit the Draugr on this one. I didn't expect this question to come up, but I was hoping, or maybe just anticipating. So the Draugr, it exists even post Christianity. We talk about whether we use the word vampire or revenant for in the French term of the returned. The Draugr, I think first and foremost we have the leek, and we have, this is the saddest part, we have a kind of fracturing or remination of the hammer and the minni that seem to only be present in the leek. Everything else is gone. The Haminya is disconnected, and so there oftentimes Draugr in cultural sense for us, like if we talk about the Revenant is seen as like a vengeful spirit, and oftentimes seen as like righting a wrong. But in a general sense, Draugr are seen as something that has come back, perhaps for very, very dire and dark situation. And so the Revenants, I mean the Draugr's leak is there, and the hammer is there, or at least a part of it, perhaps even the most agitated part of it, the only part that it knows what to do or how to do. And then on top of this, there's also seems to be some kind of flash burn of the memory that's left. And those three things coalesce into a mockery of life. And that, you know, I've never encountered a Draugr. A lot of people could say it's, you know, part of the storial components of our folklore. I don't want to encounter a Draugr, but the idea is that our ancestors spoke of it. So at least let's conceptualize through our observations and understanding that the Draugr shows up in a physical form. Sometimes more of like a ghostly form, but physical form with a memory and a drive towards something. This was so important that even the Icelanders would cut holes in the sides of their of the hall or of the house and pull the body out, and then close up the hole. Some people could argue that this is, of course, you know, post-mortem return, where people go into like a comatose state. Everyone thinks they're dead, and then they rise up again, and that could cause a lot of issues, especially when we didn't have a greater understanding of the physicality of the body. That could all possibly be true, but if we're talking about it from a spiritual sense, the Draugr is the haunt of the intent of the leak that was left behind. And so it kind of, I would say the components of the soul that reside there are the leak, the minni, or at least a flash burn of it, sometime moment or some feeling or emotion, and the hammer is activating that. The ond is not there because it's no longer animated by the divine. So the breath that we are given by the Valfather is not there. And then it becomes, again, the reason why it was seen as so treacherously terrible was because of its mockery of its presence as the living. And this has existed with us all the way, even into, you know, history of America, and the first the first vampire case in which there was, you know, belief of a young girl that, you know, was residing and returning after the dead. And so this phenomena is, I didn't expect this question to come up, but it is kind of it's very integral to our folklore.
So I did, and I expected a couple versions of it, and I think this is a good time to hit all of those. Yes, everything Svan said. The Draugr is, you know, hammer, or a shade of that hammer. It is an essence of the minni. Like he said, it could be some particular traumatic element of it that's seared into whatever that's left. And then it is by a not disintegrated partial leak that's still animated by these pieces of the soul. One thing that is really important to note this is a malignancy or an unhealthy, something didn't work right for this to be the case. Sometimes you see this as a piece that rises for vengeance. Perhaps this soul was so advanced and they were such a grand, exalted magus of whatever, that they can send that out for one last act of vengeance to right the tables on something. I think that's kind of an extreme case or an extreme circumstance, but perhaps that hammer is animated for that purpose. Perhaps it is some other malignancy or unhealthy unwholeness that occurred with that. Because the other thing you see, and what you see much more common, is the idea of a haunting or a ghost that haunts. And I want to make a really big separation here, because our mind conceives of involvement from people who have passed into Midgard in very, very different ways. We, in a ritual context, okay, for example, in a ritual context at Disirblot, my grandmother came to me, and in the most physical, visceral way, and it was one of the most beautiful things that's ever happened in my life. And it's not scary, and it's amazing. But that's different than the ghost stories we hear of these hauntings and, ghosts messing with people and terrifying people. And so one of those is a healthy thing. And one of those is, again, a malignancy. Through great trauma, through lack of integration of soul pieces, through something very unhealthy, through a sickness, a disease of the soul, you have elements of Hammer and Mini that exist after death in a troubled, Merkstav way of existence that result in hauntings and in the terrifying ghost things that that chill the souls of our folk. And that, you hear in the common parlance, like souls that haven't found their way to the other side yet. You have these pieces that haven't gone through the normal process of death and transition that still exist in an unsettled and malicious way. One of the things that has always had a visceral reaction from our folk, and this doesn't sound nice, but there is truth to it, is disease or things that are not healthy. We have a inherent in the back of our brain or sense of things that just aren't right. And when we see mutations or things that violate the laws of good health, it causes a reaction from us that we react to. More so when those exist on a metaphysical level. There's certain things where you see them and the hair stands up on the back of your neck and something is not right. You have certain moments where you see things that aren't supposed to be. They're just not supposed to exist. That's not supposed to happen. It challenges all of your calibrations of what's appropriate to expect in life. And when you see those things, you react in a very specific fight or flight, primitive or sense. You react to them because they're not how things are supposed to be. Now, when you deaden yourself to the spiritual and you have an experience with the gods, something very similar happens, but not in a terrifying, scary way, but in a shocking you to your core because you had conditioned yourself to believe the world is one way. And all of a sudden, things that are outside of those parameters hit you in a profound way. We see the same thing in a nauseating and a terrifying way when you see parts of these soul complex that don't integrate the way they should. And I think Svan may want to talk on this, but when we're done, when Svan's done, I do want to come back to the experience of ghosts in a more healthy context.
Well, and I just wanted to add on actually kind of what you just said, a positive thing. If anybody's interested in understanding culturally and how viable this is within our post like our culture post Christianity's in 1897 there was the infamous case of Erasmus Shue in West Virginia in Greenbrier, and it's one of the only cases in which a ghost. This is according to the story. They use this word, so I'm going to use that word. But this non necessarily corporeal being of a woman's daughter coming back to her, and since the woman had already seen her buried, and the veil of death is already present. When she appeared as if she was dead, wet, and gone away, and that soil was coming out of her mouth, but she kept trying to tell her mother something, and it would eventually led to the fact that her husband had killed her, and so she was basically reaching out to her mother in order to continue the investigation, and because of the tenacity of her mother Mary to go after Erasmus, Zona's Draugr-like soul was able to convey that message to her mother, and she went and had the magistrates investigate and re-pull out the body, and that's when they realized that she had deep bruising and attack marks on her neck, and then he was prosecuted accordingly. It's just one of those interesting stories. And at 1897, West Virginia, the Greenbrier ghost. So just something interesting, and it's quite fitting because in between these times when we're talking, this story came to me on an outside thing in between our soul and death conversation, and I didn't know if it was going to have any merit, but apparently it does, in the sense of that positive sense. But I think it was really important when she talks about seeing her daughter with the soil coming out of her mouth. A lot of times when we interact with these spirits, whether she was a Draugr or just reaching out as an ancestor now, we do have a tendency to paint that which we don't understand in the light of death, which is kind of an oxymoron, or perhaps in the shade of death. And so our minds definitely do see that, even though they are there for a positive reason. So I thought that was a very interesting story in relation to tonight.
Well, absolutely. And that's why I think that the topic of ghosts is it's an important one. It's a very nuanced one. One of the things that there is terrifying haunting situations. Then there's situations more like what you're talking about, where an ancestor is reaching out and needing your help to put something right, or to fix something, or to do something. And maybe because they still need that accomplished, they're in some kind of an in-between state. Then you have ancestors that are all the way, everything's healthy, and the veil gets thin. So one of the reasons that we celebrate, Halloween, or winter nights as we celebrate in Asatru, is this idea that in the fall, we get into a part of the year where the veil is thinner and it's easier to make contact, us to them, but also them to us. We have situations where our ancestors or ghosts reach out and communicate in a nice and beautiful way. And I think it's important to keep our mind open to that. This is kind of a strange maybe a strange way of looking at it, but I've believed this since I was a child, and I still do to this day. We should approach spiritual things, much like I said earlier in the program, based on how we approach things that are closer to us that we understand better. If and I'm trying to think of the best way to formulate this, so do please bear with me. I mentioned tonight's harder to put into words because these concepts are so far from the normal life experience. But people do a lot of spiritual banishing work when they're going to do rituals, when they're going to do other things. I don't do that when I interact with people. When I go to the store, I don't make sure I'm super hyper protected because I'm scared of everybody. When I go places, I have my chest out and my head up, and I'm not scared unless I have a reason to be. And I think that when you interact with spiritual forces, it's worth keeping those same kind of principles in mind. When you encounter something or someone from the other side, why would you treat them different than a stranger that you meet in the street or someone else? I get it because you're in a situation that's very unfamiliar to you. But by the same note, initial reactions of hostility and fear encourage bad treatment. It's like when you're around a pit bull or something that's particularly predatory or that's in that kind of state of being on. If you are calm and confident in dealing with them, you're all right. But the second you act scared and they smell fear on you, something goes off in a primitive part of their brain that says there must be a reason that you're afraid, and they act on it. They can act on it with viciousness or with many other things. But I believe very strongly when dealing with ghosts, that interacting out of kindness and nobility like we would do normally is the best approach, and then respond accordingly depending on where it goes from there. But I think by doing that and maintaining calm, we're able to get a lot more understanding out of that experience, however the experience is. I'm sorry, guys. Entropy is being odd for me, and I'm having to reload a couple of times. If I cut out, I apologize. Don't think I will, because this is being run through StreamYard, but just in case. So yeah, I wanted to mention that. And one of the things I wanted to say is I've known a number of people in my life that have, for lack of a better term, that have second sight, or that are very perceptive to things that the rest of us wouldn't be perceptive to. And the world is full of lunatics that say they have those things and don't. Not encouraging you to listen to all the kooks out there. But one of the things that's most telling to me is when it's people that I know and the way they approach those things. If they're trying to show off, then very often they're making stuff up. But one of the things that I've noticed is when you can see it happen to a person and you can see them respond with genuine surprise that you don't see what they're seeing. I don't know if you guys have had that experience. I know I'm going kind of off the res on this a little bit, but it is something that I have witnessed in my life of people having this experience, and I absolutely believe that they're seeing things. One really interesting version of that was when I was in Sweden. We were with someone who I have a lot of respect for, who isn't frivolous, and the way that they were bringing up their experience wasn't frivolous at all. But when we were at ancient grave sites, or we were at ancient stone circles doing things, very often he would, in passing, just mention and be very aware of different people from the other side that were there observing, or that were there following certain people around or checking out what was going on. And it was a really interesting experience because I didn't see what he was seeing, but I promise he wasn't lying. So somewhere in between, something was happening that he could see that I couldn't see. And I've seen that with a number of people. I don't know. Have you ever had that experience, Svan?
I definitely have had people see things. I have a story of a woman stating that she had seen a man and a woman standing behind me, and that they had very distinct features. And I kind of I was younger then. I was still in my 20s back then, and so I took it with skepticism. And then when I went back and talked to my mother about those specific articles of clothing that seemed very, very odd to me, a gray suit top on a woman and a golf cap that was blue and white plaid with a little toboggan goofball, very oddly specific. But I had no correlation or connection to it. And then my mother showed me the pictures of my grandparents in those particular articles of clothing at various or just different stages of their lives that she seemed to have. And as if they knew I was going to go and eventually go down that route. And it hit me pretty savagely at that point. Like I was floored. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to make of that. And I felt kind of foolish for being suspicious, but that's what she said, and she did not know. I mean, this was far away from where my mother was residing at the time, and so I mean, there was no connections there. So yeah, I mean that is definitely one moment of I think where someone saw something beyond that veil.
All right, so I am waiting on Nick to repopulate our questions for me. I really like Entropy, and I want Entropy to be successful, but we've been having Entropy problems the past several weeks. Please do keep coming on, Entropy. Keep trying to make it work. I think it's a really good platform, but like I said, I'm having a little bit of difficulty with it. Next question, and I don't have the question up, but I remember reading it because I tried to prepare for this.
And I have some of the questions over here as well. I can see them.
Okay, so the reincarnation question. I knew that was going to come up. Someone asked a question about they asked a question about reincarnation and how that works in terms of coming back within a family line and bringing up those kind of questions that we knew were coming. Yeah, Svan. Okay, so I want to put this out there a little bit. Again, as I stated a few questions ago, the gods can do what they would like to do. They are powerful beyond our comprehension. So I think that there are exceptions to every rule based upon the discretion of beings much more powerful than myself. That said, this is the standard things, not the rule. Typically, one-for-one reincarnation isn't a thing. Like the entirety of your soul complex being reborn in another person in your family. If your great-grandson is named after you, all of a sudden they literally are you born again. Now, I think the gods can choose to send a soul back in that way for a very special purpose. We have examples of that in related Aryan branches. I don't think that's impossible, but I think that's highly, highly irregular. What I think happens much more often is that pieces of that soul complex do come back that way, specifically and importantly through your family line, and also through naming people after those who've come before. Naming them after one of your relatives is a very potent way to reaffix some of that to the person. Naming them after a great hero of our folk is also a way to do that. So we share a much more intimate and closer connected current of that folk soul well when dealing with our own family line, but we can draw on the entire folk soul of our race in a bigger sense. And that's one of the reasons that we have people named Magnus in Nordic countries. It's not a Nordic name at all, it's a Latin name, but they were named after Carlos Magnus or Charlemagne because he was such a great and storied king and emperor that they wanted to imbue that greatness upon sons, often royal sons, that they wanted to give that name to. And that's that concept. So at the naming, for example, I named my daughter after my grandfather. And that may seem odd. Aubrey's one of those names that switches gender generationally on what's more prevalent. But my daughter isn't my grandpa. But what I do hope is that by naming her after him, she gets some of his luck, some of his haminya, some of his, perhaps philia, perhaps things that followed him can follow her, and that's passed on. Perhaps just by naming her after him, he pays a little bit more attention from beyond the veil to make sure she has, the best opportunities and somebody else looking out for her in their afterlife. And I think that's what happens more often than not, but you see interesting developments in that. And that was mentioned in the original question. You'll have people that all of a sudden they have memories that they shouldn't have of things that happened long before in somebody's life that maybe that somebody. And so I think pieces of the mini, pieces of the soul complex can be shared out and bestowed upon these people through that family line or shared in that family line. But what I do think is fundamental, and this has always been the barometer of how much to buy into reincarnation to me. When we talk about direct reincarnation, I was Joan of Arc in another life, I am Joan of Arc. If that's how it works, it negates our gift cycle in a lot of ways. Our ritual structure and all of our altar worship and our ancestor cult is based on the fact that those ancestors exist with consciousness of who they are and memory of who they are beyond the veil. I can't go before my altar and pray to my grandfather with my daughter and her and my grandfather be the same person at the same time. It doesn't work that way. Or it certainly doesn't work completely that way. There is a sharing of essence, a sharing of luck, a sharing of pieces of that soul that does occur. And I would be presumptuous to tell you that I knew exactly how it all fleshes out, but I know that it doesn't typically flesh out. 100% of that person becomes 100% of the person who is getting those reincarnated elements. Svan, can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, one thing, like you just said, the 100% to 100%, the closing your eyes and then opening your eyes, and now you're in a new life form, or even of another people. No, I think one of the big things that we really should consider is, as living beings, when we come together and couple to have children, we are taking on the flowing cumulative amounts of the haminya from both sides are flowing forward now in this point that coalesce together and move forward. And so that's very important. So it is really important that you do consider who you are with and who you bring a new leak into the world because of those elements that can come. When we say the word reincarnation, I want to kind of poise it in a different sense. A lot of the ways you could look at it is ascension or partial ascension, which is kind of what Alcirgo has been talking about, and the idea that it's not 100%, but that the ancestors are able to pass on pieces of themselves uh, in order to help facilitate or advance your line. And so in essence, that's like an ascension of a piece that will go and be placed within the line to help the living people. That's just one form of it, because we talk about the Disir and we talk about the Alvar. The kind of guardianship essence is also another form of soul ascension, in which they are placed over the guardship of the living line. And then the big ascension is to be pulled or drawn up into the gods, into the realm of the upper.
So, one thing, and this is just how my mind works, but I like to sometimes I conceptualize things and I whittle them down into a very, very simple way of looking at them, perhaps a child's way of looking at them in some ways. But if I pass on and I'm with my ancestors and I'm looking on, and my daughter loves me so much that she names, her son or her daughter after me. I think that if she named her daughter Matthew, that would be a mistake, and I'd feel sorry for my granddaughter. But okay, so here's the thing. Hopefully, I live through that. I have grandkids while I'm still around. Let's say my great grandchildren. But if one of my descendants wanted to honor me by naming their child after me, and I have the ability, as I've mentioned earlier, that luck is a commodity that we can share out with other people. We can bestow our luck on others when we wish them luck. In a magical sense, if we are an integrated soul that has mastery of our soul, then our wishing of luck has that potency. Like, I will give you a chunk of my luck. I would certainly want to give a descendant that bears my name an inheritance and a gift that I have to bless them with that I'm not using. And I think that's one of those things, is to encourage that gift and that favor. All of this is about that gift cycle. And if we are honoring someone who is a hero to us of our line or of our race by naming one of our children after them, that hopefully they would, in their benevolence and appreciation, give them some of their spiritual might, or bless them with some of their memory, or some of an inheritance that they pass on. And that's what I think is fundamental in this. This is what I mean when I talk about religion isn't a science project. It's about relationships with living entities and beings. It's not like if I do the right special formula, then some chemical process happens to where someone has a blessing. No, if I make the right relationship and I ask and I impress another being with my request, then that being will grant me what they have to grant me to do a favor for my child, or to look after us in some way. And that I hope everybody understands what I'm saying, but it's a really important difference. By doing the right hocus pocus, we can't compel spiritual forces that are much more powerful than us to do our bidding. It doesn't work that way. But through humility and dedication and building relationships, we can beseech beings that are more powerful to us to do us a favor and do us a kindness. And I think that is a more healthy way to look at what we're talking about. So I noticed a side chat thing, and then I'll get to the next question, talking about entropy. I love entropy. Entropy allows us to be monetized without being abusive with the terms of what conversation we have, how that conversation can develop. They're very gracious with that, and they have the most generous split between their cut of any donations and the cut we receive. They host a number of broadcasts that share in our worldview broadly, and they've been really great partners with us. And as Nick points out, they're the way that we can get monetized and make a little something, and we appreciate that. And it goes into, like I said, it goes into our mission and making good stuff happen for the AFA. We do love entropy. It's what I'm looking at this on. But yeah, it's a little bit glitchy sometimes for us, so please bear with us on that. Our next question, gentlemen, what's the current AFA one-arm push-up record? Thanks. So I don't know exactly, because it's the distance between first and second is ridiculous. It's only competitive for like second and third. Folk builder Nathan Erlinson is our reigning champ. He usually gets north of 20 on each arm before we're just disgusted and call it good. But yeah, somewhere north of 20. I'm not sure how far he can go, but 20 significantly outpaces his competition. I am not sure if you are a member of the Asatru Folk Assembly who asked this question. If you are, I encourage that you go up to Nate and you challenge him and you see what you can do. If you think you can beat that record, I look forward to celebrating you. If you can come anywhere close, that's quite an accomplishment. If you can't get one in, then you need to do some work. Next question from the same guy. I assume it's a guy. It could be a lady. I apologize. Gentlemen, if a person dies with dementia, mental illness, weak body, or missing limbs, at what physical and mental state will they exist in the afterlife? Thanks. That is a really good question. All of these questions are stuff. I'll say this. Pondering death and the afterlife has consumed such a huge amount of man's quiet time and what they think about since the very dawn of time. And I think this is a really good question. And this is a really special question to me. I believe that your soul becomes fixed to your woad self as opposed to your leak after you die. So if you spend that time building your ideal self, that is the self that shines through, empowered by those other parts. And it was really meaningful to me. My mom passed, I think the 4th of May, so not very long ago. And it sucks. My mom had dementia. She had vascular dementia. So she got it very early in her life due to a series of strokes. And for about 15 years, she was slowly decaying and losing her mini and her Huger. And, as she got older and as it took further into her, her leak as well. And my wife never got to meet my mom. She got to meet this very, very compromised husk of a lady. And that's all she ever got to know. But when I'd see my mom, even at the end, she was nonverbal. She just could kind of grunt. She recognized me, but couldn't tell you who I was. But no, I saw the woman that raised me. I saw my mom, and nobody else there could see my mom. I believe very much that when she passed, all that weight was taken off of her. The confusion, the haze, the body that doesn't work right, the mind that doesn't work right. And she could finally be my mom again, but on the other side. So I believe that when you're beyond the veil, you become that woad self. You become the idealized version of who you, or you become the highest progress you have made towards that woad self, I should say. Very few of us will fully integrate that woad self, but you become the closest that you've gotten to that. And I think that's what the gods see when they see you. And that's what we notice, that's what people we mentioned earlier talking about ghosts see with their second sight. They get to see that aura. They get to see a presence that is greater than the physical you that's in front of them. And that's what was explained to me by the meaning of namaste that Hindus or Dharmic folks will say to one another, or Buddhists. A lot of time it's just some cheesy yoga mom thing, but in a very fundamental way, the divine in me sees the divine in you, is those woad selves recognizing one another. And that's what I think is seen beyond the veil. Svan, what are your thoughts?
I agree. I think that the biggest thing that to add on to that is that we talk about the leak and its physical incapabilities of doing things. The thought or the hugger starts to fall away. Physically, quite physically, it can be mapped as being seen. It's at that point when we were talking about it last about the soul and how the soul itself is much like a chalice, and those components start to fall into that encapsulation. The leak is still there, but it could be, again, misaligned, or perhaps even to the point of conceptualization that the entire existence of the body has always been misaligned, being born without limbs or something of that nature. The idea is that after death, those components leave, and the soul's hammer and soul come together into what is the woad self, or again, the attainment of the woad self, the progression of that. As we pass on and enter back to the folk soul, we bring that with us, and I think that's our true selves.
All right. So, have you ever heard the myth that cracking an egg and seeing a double yolk meant that someone in your family was going to die? Yes, but I have no idea where I've heard that, and I have nothing to add on that other than, yes, I have heard that before, and I don't really know where. Svan, what about you?
I haven't heard that. I've heard that it means the birth of twins, or it's a time of good luck. I like that twins are going to be born into the family. Again, we are talking about birth and death, so one to the other. But I have not heard about death. I have heard about the possibility of twins, or at least it's an omen of good luck. And I think that's rarity is what it is. The random chance of rarity, or to take note in a moment. If we see an animal that's born on our farm that has born inside the purse, if you will, or something rare. And I think it's even more rare now that people don't actually have chickens. I have chickens, and I have cracked open a double yolk, and nobody that I knew of had twins, and nobody that I knew of had passed away. But I have never heard of it being about in connotations to death. I've always heard it about twins and good luck.
So we have comments on the side about, damn, I've never seen Matt tear up like that. So the more you get to know me, and I'll tell you what, most of the time, and there are plenty of times that I tear up because of something sad. The tearing up a second ago about my mom wasn't from the sadness of where she found herself then, but of the happiness that she's on the other side of that, and that she gets those pieces of herself back. I was tearing up a little bit earlier in the show when I talked about seeing my grandma. When I talk about the ritual, this is so as far as Matt is a crier about stuff. And one of the things I've always considered that a blessing that I can be spiritually moved. It's not like I stub my toe and I cry. I weep when I'm deeply moved about something, and I value that about myself. And when I bring up the ritual that I had, where my grandmother was, you know, summoned from beyond in that Desir bloat, and I was able to give her a hug again, it was the damnedest thing. I tell you what, I closed my eyes, so I couldn't tell you if she was there visually or not. I assumed she wasn't because nobody else saw her, but I closed my eyes and I could smell like her old lady hairspray. Like I could smell what she smelled like the last time that I was with her. I gave her a hug. I could feel her like old grandma body, just the way it felt like the first time I saw her in 2001, and then the next time I saw her was in 2014. It was the craziest thing, and I can't recount that story without tearing up because it circumvents any of those cognitive things, and it just touches something in my soul directly and makes a response through the leak. But yeah, no, I appreciate your concern and your sympathy there. Losing a parent is hard, no matter what. All right. Apparently, I need to check with Nick on the back end on who this guy is because he's working on his one-arm push-ups right now. Nathan, somebody's coming for you. Train up. Say your prayers. Eat your vitamins. Next question is, does the AFA have a legal team to consult in case anti-white or religious discrimination takes place? Yes, first. And good that you asked that question. Yes, we are very fortunate. Alan Turnage is our law speaker, and I say that. I think a lot of people have that, and it means other things. Alan is all of the other cool, esoteric, Asatru things that might mean, but he is also a legitimate practicing attorney, and that's very, very beneficial to us in so many ways. We also have another attorney, Otto Rafus, who is a attorney also in Florida. Both of those guys are members of our leadership team and are consulted on legal matters just in case. It is really, legal stuff's scary because it's this whole arcane science that most of us don't know how it all works, but we do know that when we're at the whim of somebody who does know how it works, it's an existential threat all of the time. It is such a big benefit to my own personal peace of mind and to the AFA's existence that we have Alan's help. So we do consult him whenever there's any kind of discrimination or slander or libel that occurs. One of the unfortunate truths that I think, all of us wish was different, lawsuits and things like that cost a shocking amount of money. So we always have to have a discussion on, is it worth it to spend that money on defending ourselves legally or pursuing a legitimate libel or slander claim? Or are we better served spending that money on, Hoffs and other things that we're doing? And because of just how much that money is and our likelihood or lack thereof of finding success, those are the critical decisions that we need to make. And unfortunately, I know that our members, and the casual observance of it, myself included, are like, man, that person just slandered us and libeled us. We should sue the pants off of them. Unfortunately, that's not really the way that it works, especially when we are us. But yes, we are always contemplating that. We consider that every time we weigh the pros and cons. And we do have at least 2 practicing attorneys. And I mention them by name because they're members of our leadership team that are out there publicly. But we consult our legal folks often to make sure that things are above board, to make sure we're doing things the right way, and to make sure that we consider any action that's appropriate for us to take under different circumstances. But I'm glad that you asked that question. That's really important, and we're very fortunate in that regard. Our next question. Christians describe going to heaven when they're in a coma. Do parts of our soul temporarily move on when the body is totally incapacitated in that way? Svan, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that is a component of our faith. The Hammer, we spoke about that during the soul. The Hammer can somehow remain, and also while the living person can be projected forward. It's just the conception of faring forth. We talk about it like faring forth, but again, earlier in this episode, I made mention that the concept of faring forth is misleading, because if you could take one step outside of yourself, that which is beyond is right there. So it's like, are we going towards it, or is it coming towards us? Is a thing. But when we talk about like the practice of Seder, or we talk about the practice of trance work, and even in the lore, when we talk about like or Tryggvason saga, where the Vitki sends his soul out to see the spiritual health of the land that is Iceland. Yeah, that is that projection. That again, but if you're in a place where you pass through, or you see a glimpse, when the name eludes me right now, but seeing in Helgafell, when he sees the dead through the crack in the mountain, what he's seeing is the preparation for him. His ancestors are waiting. That again, if you could simply take one step outside of yourself, how far do you have to travel when you're going through everything that's around us? So seeing those things is a viable part of our faith. It's very nuanced, because it's described in snippets, and it's described in certain ways that we can collectively gather and look at and comprise an understanding from that observation. That's what we do with the components of the soul. Is again, these snippets exist in lore. We bring them all together, and then we as Gothar try to put them together to make a better understanding. But yes, I believe there is the ability that we can press forward and outward. Even I always say, all you have to do is take one step. I think a lot of people have the understanding that it's some great distance, and it is. But the idea again is that like lenses, the realms, the cosmology of all are kind of overlapped. We separate them to understand them, to understand the upper, to understand the middle, to understand the lower. But all of those things are really kind of coalescing together in the same.
Absolutely. So everything that Svan said, but the hammer, you have a astral vessel of the self that people, either through extreme circumstance, it can be sent out, like you mentioned, in a near-death experience, but also in a controlled way for the very advanced Vitki that you can send out. I forget which volume this was in. There is a 3-part series called Introduction to Magic, put out by the Group, which was a magical esoteric group that Julius Evola was part of. And there's an exercise in there that's really interesting. Some of it is nonsense, some of it's amazing. It's a collection of a bunch of different articles by members of this group. And if that is something you're interested in, I would highly encourage you guys. I think, let's say Inner Traditions made the 3 English translations of that. But that's very interesting if that's an interest you guys have. I did an exercise in that. And it's about visualizing yourself as outside of yourself. And forget all of the nuances of it. But the idea was, lay in your bed and to see the ceiling. And then as you focus on, to see a few inches outside of your head, as if you exist, 3 inches in front of your quote unquote third eye. And then to kind of roll from side to side, but continue to look straight up at the ceiling, as if you can continue to be outside of yourself, looking at that perspective as your eyes roll all the way over to a different space. And this all sounds whatever, but it was very interesting. And trying to do that through meditation for a long time, I got to a point where I conceived of myself as a ball of energy just a few inches away from my face, but as that was myself outside of my body. And it was a really interesting experience, but it taught me a little bit about our soul complex and the difference between self and leek, between ek, soul, and leek. And that all may sound like gobbledygook to you guys, and I get that, but I encourage you guys to explore that on your own if it's something that's interesting. And I think those 2 books are really good. Really interesting thing to read on the subject of some of the things that we're talking about.
I just wanted to say the woman that was in the trance-like state that saw the grandparents behind, the distance between the land or the folk soul or the land of the dead or the place beyond the veil and the real time that she was in that trance-like state is irrelevant. It's 1 step, it's 1,000 leagues, it's whatever it needs to be. But she did seem to project forward. I don't think that my grandparents were physically there, as that she was seeing or being able to move herself into the state of being able to see them, even though, again, the difference between 1,000 leagues and 1 step away in the material to the meta, if you will, cannot be measured. She simply was there, but also saw a great distance while they were also there, but also a great distance, if you will.
So apparently other folks can hear my daughter in the background. She likes to project herself by seeing how high pitched she can scream. She's very impressed by the noises that her little body can make. So she is flexing those to the best of her ability.
Echoing in that
flexing those more as it approaches bedtime. There she goes again. So as it were. So Monk asked this question, and I think that we've covered it, but I'd like to, go into it a little bit more. If the soul is no longer you after you pass, then how does it help to talk to our ancestors if they're not themselves or do not understand? So absolutely, I believe the soul is you after you pass. The different pieces, so the soul, that portion of the soul complex, is you, and it's like a chalice that the rest of these things dissolve into. You cast off the parts of your mind that are on mundane, earthly stuff and tedium. You don't need those anymore. But your thinking and your comprehending and your strategizing for deeper spiritual things dissolves into that liquid. your mini, your memory. And Svan came up with this chalice analogy. I'm not trying to steal this off of him. I'm using it because I think
screen right now.
I think it's a beautiful thing, and I'm looking forward to seeing this in art. But yeah, if you look at the screen, this is really cool. So all of these pieces, the extraneous breaks off, and the rest of them dissolve into this soul cocktail, if you will. And the idea of being a great Vitki is to be a mixologist of this, to where you can get the best of this soul cocktail that gets made here, if that doesn't extend the metaphor a little bit too far. But yeah, that soul, that soul, yourself, that does transcend, and that doesn't break off. These external pieces, Hemenya, Philia, you can send out the hammer, but specifically Hemenya, Philia, and pieces of the mini, you can bestow those as an inheritance on people in your family line or of your racial stock, especially if ritually they imbue you with that by calling upon your name to name the child. But no, Monk, that's where I've always been as well. You can't have one for one 100% reincarnation and still talk to your ancestors at your altar. You got to pick up the phone and call whoever got their soul. And that's not a truth that we experience. And here's the other thing. We don't know. Svan and I are doing our best to convey the truths that we do know to you guys. What we're telling you is true, but we don't pretend that what we're telling you is the whole truth. There's more, and hopefully Svan and I and everyone on this learn more of this and can parse this out better as we grow in our understanding and in our faith, and as the gods and our ancestors bless us with better understanding. But as it is, we know to be true that when we go to our altar, when we reach out to our ancestors, they hear us, they reach back, they have the capability of reaching back and blessing us. We know that to be true. I know that for 1,000% fact, because I felt it in my life, in my soul. I've seen it. It is. So I have to work from that truth to make sense of other things that are more speculative. That being said, when we're at our altars, we reach out to our ancestors, they hear us. Anything else has to fit around that, because that is in fact true. Svan, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I'm just super stoked. I would really wish I had given that image to Nick before, but we didn't get to use it last week, or 2 weeks ago. But yeah, the ek and all of those things fall into the containment of the Sal. It's really the Huer and the Leek that kind of fall away here. But everything else, yes, remains, and the memory and that self, the ego, the Das Ein, the Ein, the conceptualized self and the existence of living, carry on to the folk soul. That is what is important about when we cross that bridge and get to reunite with our ancestors. Why it's so important.
So Svan, you often have expressed concerns about your clock and wanting to get rid of that, or get in a studio situation where that noise isn't in the background. But no, it's become part of the show. We have a comment inside. Hail Svan's clock. The show is complete now. That's a part of your thing. You got to keep it going now. It's part of
a beautiful clock. One day I'll take a picture of it. And we can have Nick put it up somewhere.
There you go. It is the third guest on the program. All right, next question. Reichsritter. I randomly found this channel. If the gods themselves can die, does Asatru believe in something similar to the one from Platonic philosophy? The one being what everything ultimately emanates from. No, and that's interesting. No, the more we venture into that territory, the more we become universalists. We believe in the unique identity of our gods as sovereign spiritual powers. But what I will say is, it's interesting to contemplate death from the God's point of view. No, we don't believe the gods die in the sense that they cease to be, but the gods do transition into different forms. What we talk about as living and dying is our existence in Midgard. Those worlds mean different, those words mean very different things to the gods. And the example that I have is Balder. So Balder dies, and much of our lore is about the death of Balder. So he dies to the point where he is on a funeral pyre, and everything in creation but one thing weeps. And great ceremony is made on this funeral pyre. Thor even kicks a dwarf into the funeral pyre. So there's this whole scene. It's a thing. This funeral happens, but Balder is living and existing in the halls of hell. Hela hosts him in royal fashion. He's a prince of Asgard. And when the gods send messengers beyond the veil to speak with him and to interact, he is there. So he exists in that state of death. He then comes back after the events of Ragnarok. Now, we think that a lot of the things in the ideology of Ragnarok are very symbolic, but in mythic time and in the sense, and even in a very literal way of understanding our lore, at no point does Balder cease to exist as the god Balder. He exists in Asgard, and when he has to go to the underworld, he has a feast laid out for him. He sits at the table, he sits in the high seat, and is the glorious Prince Balder in the land of death. And then when he is able to return from the underworld to the upper world, he returns as bright Balder. So death doesn't exist for our gods in the same way that word means when it applies to mortals, in a sense of finality, but that's because of the nature of Midgard. So when we die, again, our soul, especially the more developed we are spiritually, maintains intact beyond death in the land beyond the veil. And we too have the ability to come back and interact in different ways. Sometimes those ways are very, very subtle. Sometimes the more advanced we are, or the more perceptive those we are interacting with, the more profound our interaction with those in Midgard is. But certainly if we, unless we're complete dirtbags, don't get compartmentalized into different portions and put back in the folk soul, if our soul exists after the life in Midgard, then certainly our gods, who are potent masters of these spiritual things, continue to exist and come back to their holy positions. They just move position on that tree due to that, if that makes sense. Svan, can you break that down a little bit for folks?
Yeah, I was going to say that it's so important for the Aryan mythos to understand the upper, middle, and lower, and the movements that happen between them. The movements of heading eastward in the middle and westward in the middle, or up to the gods, or down low. These aren't actual physical directions, but are an understanding of the Aryan mythos of time, material, and the divine. In the beginning, there are only two realms that exist. There is the cosmic fire and the cosmic ice, and the space between. And in that space, there are three things that elementalize themselves. There is the tree, and there is the roarer, and there is the benevolent one, the hornless or unmalloused cow or oxen. that she is life and biological and the force of life. Ymir, of course, being that he is the material and the resistance of all energy and movement. And Yggdrasil is that emanation. The only thing closest to that I could say that when you're talking about the one, it's not the same, but Yggdrasil is seen as a center point of that divine space, but that doesn't mean that the gods like emanate from Yggdrasil. So it's not the same. I've seen people converse about this a lot, and I've tried to conceptualize how there could be some connective tissues in thought, but the gods themselves are the gods, manifest beings, willful and entirely upon them their own. And the encapsulation of placing when a god, and specifically in that story, that the god goes to the lower world, to that connection point, to the one of the two realms that existed before all things. The encapsulation in Niflheim is pertinent to the future, and that has another great Aryan mythos conceptualization for us, is that encapsulation. He doesn't die in the sense of like how we would say death or ceasing to exist. It's the same with Buri and his call to the root, to Niflheim, or to Bor and Bestla as they ascend into the tree, and even to Ymir's soul that falls and chews on the roots. They die but are changed, and their existence transforms into something else. And again, that's the same with the soul, with us as well, as we transform and cross over those liminal spaces of water, as we call them in our stories, the rivers. There are many rivers: the rivers in heaven, the rivers in the middle, and the rivers below. And every time the gods move in between these sacred spaces, whether they're moving around in heaven or whether they're moving around in between the middle and heaven or the middle and below, they're always traveling over these rivers. And we are too. We are, in essence, dissolving and coagulating on the other side, if you will, through these liminal spaces. And then so therefore that would entail that it's never seen as permanent. You know, the root that falls into Erd's well in heaven, and the root that falls into the material in the middle, and the root that falls into the proto matter of the beginning, all fall into the well springs, and those roots draw back up. That's why Nidhogg is trying to destroy that bottom root, is to break that cycle, the cycle of the drawing up back to that tree. But the tree itself is not seen in our faith as having a manifested mind or will, but simply is, and creates and is onslaughted upon by chaotic forces. And so the gods are protecting that center from those forces, ultimately culminating in what we call that twilight of the gods, the Ragnarok. And so I wouldn't say that they are of the one. And it's also very important in our stories to know that Yggdrasil is external from the gods. When the gods are shaped, when the first of the Aus are shaped, he sees the tree and then moves to it from where his father was born in Niflheim, where he was shaped. And then Bor goes and lifts up to bear forth, Bor, to bear up that which is heaven. And so the upper, middle, and lower world we use those in symbolic terms of far away from time, the ordering of time, and the existence of time. There's lots of different meanings, and some people think like, oh, do you believe that if you just shoot a rocket straight up, you're just going to hit the upland, or if you dig a drill down, you're going to hit the underland? No, it's much more, it's bigger than that, if you will. It's not as rudimentary as that, as I think a lot of people try to make it. So seeing the gods as a manifestation from the one, I mean, perhaps you could even consider maybe Niflheim as the proto material oneness, but it again is not seen as a
or
thing.
The Gunga Gap?
Or Gunga Gap itself, yes. I mean, it's always that we in our Aryan stories, there's always the two polarics that create the tripartite.
There's some questions that are just unanswerable. As far as will goes, absolutely. As far as what comes before, that's one of those uncomfortable questions because there's never an answer. Well, cool. What was there before the gods? Well, Ginnungagap. Okay, what was there before Ginnungagap? I don't know. But if I did and I gave you an answer, it would necessitate, well, what was before that? And you could go ad infinitum to that. It's one of those things that our brains aren't, we can't come to a conclusion on that. Svan is anticipating 2 weeks from now our episode we're going to do on cosmology, which Svan is particularly excited about, and he will lay that all out for us. I'm
peppering it in right now.
I know he's trying to jump ahead.
Yes, I'm chomping at the bit.
So that's okay. That's okay. Also over on the side, you can't upgrade your camera apparently either because your clock and your blurry camera are all part of the fun.
It's like my camera has like a candle in the back. It's like it just needs to be a yellow sepia filter. Like, there needs to be
it's all part of the show. Blurry camera, and I remember last time you were on talking about, I forget what you were doing, but with your like Robo Svan.
Yes, the AIs.
Yeah, the deep fake.
I have a curse with technology. I had a different camera running in the beginning, but it created an echo, so we had to cut and go back.
Yeah, if you guys didn't see at the beginning when all this was not working, we had Svan couldn't hear what was going on, but his camera was awesome.
Yeah, it worked great.
His camera looked on point. All right. So next question is, with death as the inevitable end to all of our paths, what simple words can you offer to help people come to terms with that? I don't think death is the inevitable end of our paths, but it is an inevitable threshold that we will face. What I do say to come to terms with that is to, in your own life, do what you can to build your life as a monument to your glory and your greatness that transcends death. We have a very limited time here in Midgard. You only have so many days, so many hours, and you don't know how many you have to accomplish great deeds. Asatru isn't about thinking. It's not about intentions. It's about doing. What have you done that you'll be remembered for? What are you doing? Make these days count, every single one of them. But to those that you lose beyond the veil, know that if you live right and you are worthy, then you'll see them again. Visit them frequently at your altar. Speak to them and speak of them. What we do to resurrect a piece of that person in Midgard is to tell their stories, to sing their songs, to raise horns in their honor, to raise tombstones, to raise monuments and statues, to talk about their glory and teach that to our children. As long as we speak their names, they hear us, and a little bit of them lives on in Midgard with us as long as that goes on. Keep their memory alive. Keep their presence in Midgard alive by speaking of them and telling their stories. Svan, what do you have to offer?
I think that when you spoke of your grandmother, we have and we know this feeling of them watching us, hearing us. And so one condolence to this is that we not only should you seek to be witnessed by the gods through your deeds and achieve those great deeds and be remembered by those here, and that we here should take great care in remembering, it's also worth noting that they are waiting for us, that when we do go, we are not alone. That Nepa's cave, that inevitable end that you speak of, that's the end of our time in the middle, not the end of our time in the whole. And so Garmr is waiting, Hela is drawing us closer, but that's just our time in the middle. And then we go down, or we go away, or we go from the time, and they are there, and then we can send parts of ourselves, and here are those that that remain, hear their prayers, give them boon. It doesn't end. It just, the inevitable end of the path is the taking of the next path in your woed self, or the attainment of your woed self at this stage to the best of your ability. And you should try to attain it and make it the most virulent before you leave. And if you make it the most virulent, that the gods will see it and take you up. That's the ultimate, is we want the woed self to be noted in this area is the crucible. The middle is the crucible. The gods are watching. The Valfather chooses. You want to be chosen or brought up because your woed self is so, your deeds are so strong. But not everyone is a king. Not everyone is the attainment of that complete self. The hierarchy of our actions and our deeds still denote that all of us are pushing forward, pushing upwards, building, making better, making brighter. And when we are no longer able to do that anymore, we do get to go to them and watch and see and help build forward, build upward, even beyond. It's just our path here physically in the middle is done.
So I think this next question is a really good thing to bring up, but I don't feel like it's a question. I feel like it's a statement. Either way, I think that it's very worth noting. And I suppose my preamble to it is kind of my answer to it. How similar is the thinning of the veil between death, Galder, and dreaming? Yes. Pointing out that through dying, through ritual, and in dreaming, all are ways to access the world beyond the veil. Yeah, those things are all, I mean, Galder is random. It can mean it can be used for a lot of different purposes. If your Galder is to connect beyond the veil, it is a powerful tool to help facilitate that. Through any magical or ritual practice that is your intention, that is a way of approaching the veil and reaching beyond it, and connecting beyond it. Near-death experiences literally put part of your soul beyond that veil that ends up coming back. So I think that if your intention is to reach beyond the veil, that's the most dangerous way to do it. It reminds me of that movie Flatliners. If anybody hasn't seen that, you should watch that. It's a really good movie.
Dating yourself again.
It's been a long time since I've seen it. I make a lot of 1980s references. Bear with me. It's a cool movie regardless. I stand by it, and I stand by the 18.
Today's a good day to die.
But in dreams and in that dream state or the trance state is often a way that we are open to messages from beyond the veil. And I think that's really important that you bring those things out. In any of those endeavors happening in the fall, in the wintertime, I think are more auspicious for those to work out. I think that's easier, and just the ebb and flow of our life cycle at that time of the year is such that we are more susceptible to that. What else I think makes us more susceptible to that is going to locations of spiritual power or of thinning beyond the veil. We're going to get into this more in the next question, which I'm glad was asked, because if not, we were going to have to segue into it. But graveyards, funerary sites, altars, horgs, hofs, areas of spiritual potency, the more ritual is done there and their sanctification separates them from the mundane. And while they exist in the mundane world, they transcend and they exist beyond. In a way, all of those things are portals beyond the veil, be it portals to speak more directly with our gods, or conduits rather. Again, mortal language fails me, but they are places to where you are in a better position to reach beyond the veil, and for those beyond the veil to reach to you. In vase, on any kind of holy and sanctified ground or sacred space, at someone's tomb, in the presence of their remains, there is a connection point there that facilitates that contact in a more visceral and more potent way than other places. In an area in your home that you've made as your altar, what happens when you perform spiritual acts in a place? There is something that's left behind and something that's altered in the ether of this world about that. The more you do that over the march of time, the more special and the more potent that place is. There's a lot of ways that all of this is psychological and placebo to you. If it works, that still counts. But objectively, it's true as well. The two synergize. If a place is spiritually special to you because you do a lot of ritual there, it puts your mind and it calibrates you into a much more spiritual place when you're there doing ritual, but it also is independently potent. So those two come closer together, making that a powerful portal to beyond. I have more to say, but I know that it's coming up in the next couple of questions. I will get to it then. Svan, do you have thoughts on that?
The only thing I wanted to go in on was the mention of dreaming. Remember, too, our mini is not just a receptacle of our memories, but it's also the memories of, and the boon often ascended from our ancestors. It's that memory that exists, that is given, that ascension. If we were to talk about the ancestors being able to send up the root, the boon of memory, that memory is an advantage. And as it does come down, it goes up the root and down the tree and into the Erd well, from the realm of order, the realm that orders time, there resides the elevated Disir, the Alvar, they're kind of in between. When we are born, we are bestowed those gifts from our ancestors through them. That's why we talk about them. We ask them to bless us. We pray to them. They are like ancestors, or they are ancestors, but they are viscerally connected in this middle world. Is almost like guardianship. And in that boon that they give you, oftentimes at birth, is memory, that blood memory. And that memory resides in you, and is oftentimes, when you're younger and everything is mucked about as a child, and in a good way, we see and have a deeper connectivity. As we grow older and we start to formalize some things in our lives, I wouldn't say organize, but at least make it formalized. We have a tendency to build barriers, and sometimes those memories seep out when you're sleeping, and the mini bleeds into the Huer. So the mini memory that's given to you at birth by the Disir or by your ancestors, and that boon and that ascension that they give you, it seeps up in the night when your formalization is down. And so sometimes the messages that are given are like messages, or like a recording, if you will, in the sense that it's in the memory, it's in the mini, it's in the blood. And sometimes it comes about because of deep trance-like states, deep or stressful situations. And while you're sleeping, that those spaces between the huer and the mini thin, and that message comes out. And it usually comes out quite timely, because the Disir are connected to the weird that plays out in the individual's line. So I wanted to go with that, with dreaming. And Galder is another one, and where when you say Galder, immediately we're talking about spells. And I think that the Alcerigo, they went with the intention, is what he said. If you're speaking Galder with that intention. And Galder doesn't necessarily even have to strictly allocate itself to runes. And we do believe that Galder is a form of weaving power through our voice, our mouths, and so in essence, doing that with the runes and opening those thresholds, that's one type of that. But Galdering can also be, in an essence, the magical potency of prayer. We call our altars harrows, and the harrow has two meanings. One, it's something that scratches the ground when you're about to lay seed. So it cuts the threshold. Also, it has another meaning in English as to call out. Oftentimes you'll hear people say a harrowing call, and oftentimes it can be negative now. The connotations have changed over time, but to call out. So it's the place in which we thresh through the boundary and we call out. That's what the harrow is. That's what the altar is. At the harrow, in the repeated sense of calling out, building that bridge to the gods, building that bridge between our folk and the gods, and asking the gods to build that bridge to us, and that reciprocation process at the harrow repeatedly over and over and over again builds visceral might. And it's kind of funny to think about it as like, can something be objective and subjective at the same time? But in relation to this situation, yes, the truth and the potency of it is objective. The amount can be subjective, because sometimes it can happen without repetition or without sacral place. It can happen in a moment. And again, the gods are the wild card. I'm not going to claim that I know that of what they can do, but from what we, through repeated observations, go with, is that when we galder, when we speak out in prayer, when we call to the gods, when we speak out in a specific place at a specific time, or repeatedly over and over again, we are threshing that ground, making it fertile, making it in between, breaking it apart, and we're calling out through it. And so that too has its potency of thinning the veil, if you will. It's just in a slightly different sense, in a more conscious sense. Sometimes it can supersede consciousness when there's a lot of people involved in the bloat, and everyone is galdering or singing or saying a prayer quite physically and out loud. What we're doing is we're threshing with sound wave through that veil. And so galder, like dreaming, do have the ability transcend through those. They're just different. One is, I would say, more passive while you're sleeping, and the other is quite physically active. So that's all I wanted to discuss about, and hold the line for a minute.
I appreciate that. I throw back these beers during our conversation, and they necessitate a potty break every now and again.
6 hours last time. That was rough. That was
I got up a few times less.
I'm like a camel. I just hold on to it.
I don't. That's bad for your nether regions.
Oh wait, no. It's because I'm AI. I don't have to. I do not have to.
Svan, Max
Yes,
Headroom.
Elon Musk has told me I do not need to pee.
There you go. I only have 2.5 hours now. It ain't so bad. Next question is, okay, and this this goes into something that I did want to make sure we did cover tonight. So I'm glad that you asked this, Shay. What are an Asatru's funerary rites? So, couple few things. In the AFA, our preferred handling of remains is cremation as opposed to burial. It's not a hard rule, it's a preference. Over the march of eons, our people have gone back and forth into a number of different ways. We talked about the process of shedding parts of your soul in pieces and integrating pieces. It was believed by our ancestors and believed by us today that at cremation, you speed that process way up because the lich in minutes falls away. And so your soul and the other pieces of your soul complex are released to do, to break apart, to do their things in an immediacy that's not present with burial. And we see this a lot as the cult of the Aesir is celebrated more in Europe, and specifically as the cult of Odin moves in. We have a lot of our very, very early cultures defined by their burial urns and by the designing and the structure and the style of their urns. Very often a misnomer is when we talk about burial mounds as if there's a body within the mound. What very often happened was you'd have your pyre and you would do a cremation, and then you would mound up dirt over top of that pyre, over top of the cremation site. But in modern Asatru and the Asatru Folk Assembly, typically a cremation is observed. One thing that we try to do, ideally, if we can be at a viewing before a body is cremated, but we'll do this with the ashes or remains afterwards. We have some sacred words that our Gothar whisper to the remains of that person, and we inter them. Ideally, we inter them at one of our sanctified places, one of our hofs. I have been fortunate enough to participate in a number of funerals, and it is not the most fun ritual that I get to do, but it might be the most meaningful to be called upon to do. And I've been very, very honored that families have reached out and wanted me to perform that honor for one of their loved ones. It's very much like, anybody else's funeral in a lot of ways. I've always thought as a Gothi, one of the best things, if you can, is to try to have people who cared about that person come up and speak and tell stories about that person. I think that is, one of the best things that can be done. It's cool if the Gothi knows the person and has a lot to add on their own, but it's so much better if you can get people that knew this person and that this person had an effect on their life to speak at those kind of events. But yeah, I've performed several in a number of different contexts. And because of the world we live in and how things are, that's usually the process. What I have seen done is the inclusion with the ashes in. So, okay, typically at a burial at one of our hofs, or an interment at one of our hofs, we will inter a urn of some sort that we want to be non-biodegradable, something stone or metallic that can stay there and securely house the urn. And within that hole, we have deposited very often deposited grave goods. That is something that's happened that I've been part of. Sometimes people have grave goods, sometimes they don't. We make sure that at our facilities that the graves face to the west. And when I say face, it all depends on, how that looks on your perspective. But the idea, the standard that we do is that whoever is visiting the grave and reading the tombstone is looking to the west for a number of reasons. We're looking west towards the setting sun, and west has always been the direction of the future into, forward into new country, new undiscovered territory, new conquest, new discovery. And so that's where how we've positioned the graves that we've done, is so that we look into that future and the next phase of that person's journey into the unknown and the undiscovered.
Wills. This would be a good time to bring up wills.
It's always a good time to bring up wills. DoYourOwnWill.com. Nick will throw up a link because he's cool like that. Everyone on this broadcast, especially people named Svan and Nick, do your will and mail it to Alan Turnage. Nick can also throw up the address that you're supposed to mail it to.
It's all there.
For those of you that might be, please leave it up for just a second, Nick. Those of you that might be listening to us on Spotify, you want to mail that to Alan Turnage, ALLENTURNAGE, at P.O. Box 16027, Tallahassee, Florida 32317. DoYourOwnWill.com. This is really serious. I know I'm being kind of obnoxious. It's free and it's easy. Alan would like a signed, notarized copy sent to him. So I want to talk about this. There's a lot of reasons why people hesitate and don't do their wills. Sometimes it's because you think you can do it later and you're too young and you're not going to die for a long time. I get that, but life has a lot of surprises. Sometimes it's, you're scared. It's too expensive to hire a lawyer and go through this whole process. I've tried to fix that for us as best we can. DoYourOwnWill.com is free, and I've had our legal folks look into it. It's legally binding and completely legitimate. All 50 states. If you don't live in the United States, you may have different options, and that's okay. But if you live in the U.S., that is a really, really good way to go. If you have a will through a lawyer or through any other source, send Alan a copy, please. So something to know. Your will doesn't mean anything if no one knows you have a will. For example, my mom had a will. Now, I'm her only next of kin. It works out really well, but nobody asked me for it. Unless I offered up to somebody that it exists, nobody knows. Letting your family members and other people know that you have one is essential to getting your will done after you pass. I've pushed this really hard for at least 3 years now. The AFA is big enough now that we have members that pass away from time to time, unfortunately. But it is what it is. What is unfortunate is a number of those have been young people that didn't know that their end was near, or their end here in Midgard was near. Some of those have been elderly folks that were ill, that knew they were dying, still didn't get their will done. Unfortunately, many of these people have not had what they wanted done after they died because their family wasn't of our faith, and, things happen. If you get your will to Alan, then we have a document that's notarized like, hey, that's not what so-and-so wanted. Let's make sure this happens. We can try our best at that point to make sure you get what you want done with yourself and your estate after you pass. I want to tell you a couple of things. There's an old man who was an AFA member, a great guy if you never met him. He really wanted to have his remains at Thorshof. I spoke to him within a week of his passing, and he told me what he wanted. But he didn't have a will, and his family wanted to go a different route. Unfortunately, that guy didn't get to be laid to rest at Thorshof. That sucks. We had another member. He was elderly, and he was sick. He had cancer, and he passed. And he wanted. I talked to this guy within a month of his passing, and he wanted to be at Odenshof. I wanted to have him there, but he didn't have a will. So his next of kin did something different. Had another member that passed, and he was a young man. And his family had converted. They were, regular white folks, but they converted to Judaism. He didn't have a will. He was really on our team, but now he's in a Jewish cemetery with Hebrew writing on his tombstone. And it's not what he would have wanted. But he didn't have a will. And if he did, we didn't have a copy to make sure somebody enforced it. Please do your will. Do it now. Do it while you listen to this broadcast. It takes 10 minutes or less. And get Alan a copy. Please do this.
And it can always be updated.
It can always be updated. I've been asking for over 3 years. This is rhetorical because I don't really expect you to register. But guess how many copies that Alan has? How many wills does Alan have after 3 years of me trying this? Alan has 2. One of them is mine. Get your will to Alan. Do your will. Please do your will. All right. I will get back to the regular flow of the program. I imagine we're losing listeners, but seriously, do your will. It's important. And it's hard to watch when people who are members of our AFA family pass and they don't get what they want done because they didn't do this simple step. That's why I'm being obnoxious about it. Please do your will. Our next question is from Nick. Could there be an Alzherier Githia? Would that be the term? Random thoughts in my head. Yes, there absolutely could be, Nick. And if there were, that would be the right term for it. Just full disclosure, putting it out there, I think men are much more naturally inclined towards that position and naturally suited to be priest kings in that way. But the world doesn't always work out that way. And sometimes we have ladies that possess the qualities that are well suited for that position. Sometimes they possess those qualities in measures that our men do not possess. So that could very well be a circumstance. And I would expect and hope that you guys would treat an Alzherier Githia, should one follow me, with the same deference and respect that you would treat me with. That's absolutely a thing that could happen. I don't think that's in the history of the Asatru Folk Assembly, looking back on it a millennium from now, I don't think that will be the norm, but that could very well be a circumstance. And I think that that is an honor to any woman that finds herself in that particular spot. Gothi Trent East asks, gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the idea that Avalon of Arthurian legend is the same thing as Alfheim in the Germanic worldview? Svan, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the connection, the wording is, like the land in the west, the land to the west, and if we talk about it from a Teutonic sense, then yes, that would be, or it would be more akin to Vanaheim, the waning land, the land of the waning, where the sun sets again westward. Alvarheim or Ljosalheim is seen as more as like this, the light in between, or the manifestation of light and heat and sound. So yeah, I think from a Germanic sense, but one thing that we can't discount is the possibility of the Gaulish, especially the Bretons, or the Welsh as they were called, and the Isles, the people, our cousins of the Isles, and what they viewed that as being. For us, it could be something as simple as when we talk about northward and downward as the Nipa cave, the end of the path in the middle. To them, the west could also simply be the direction that is seen as the end, where the end of our path comes from. But if it is in correlation again with the Avalon being Vanaheim as well, that correlation, I mean, I could see it. I'm not going to say it's so because I haven't. I couldn't come to any definitive conclusions, but I could see the comparisons very, very easily. And the idea again of a returning king, meaning that the king doesn't leave and go away from the middle in either direction, but goes westward so that he may return, is an interesting point in that story that I think may correlate to the idea of why the west was specifically mentioned, going back to the waning place so that one could come back to save Albion.
So we live in, at minimum, a three-dimensional world. Physicists talk about 4 dimensions and other things. Unfortunately, when we're drawing stuff on a flat plane, we have 2 dimensions. So it's really hard, and we run into this when we talk about cosmology, and we'll talk about that here in a couple of weeks. So we got 4 directions you can go, and you can't really orient up and down very well. You've got kind of north, south, east, and west. The idea of stuff that's to the west, be it Avalon, be it anything else, is yes, going away from the land of men into and beyond that veil to a land from which there's not return, except in miraculous circumstance. Very much that exists in the idea of Alfheim, in the idea of the heavenly realms, you transcending, or a hero getting on that boat and ascending to something beyond what they were by sailing west to, the Holy Isle, to Avalon. We see that in death, in a hero ascending to something more, to something higher, to being called up to the bigs, as it were. And I do think you see that very profoundly in that myth. One thing that I will put out there and seed, and there's much, much more to this at a different time and different place, but Arthurian legend and myth, it has a Christian overlay to it, but it's very, very pagan in its concepts. And it was never embraced or celebrated by the church in the time that it was written. It was always shunned by the church fathers, because though it had a Christian, gloss over it, It was rooted very strongly in the traditions of pagan Europe. Our next question: how does one balance one's karma when one thought their whole lives that they were forgiven thanks to another religion? I never felt satisfied. I was actually forgiven. Let's just say lots piles up over the years. Absolutely, it does. And one of the, again, and I said this early when I talked about the dead babies thing, the answers that we have to questions aren't always the ones that are the most happy, but we do owe it to be the most honest. Your time in Midgard is finite. And if you are well advanced in your life and you've lived incorrectly for a really long time, you don't get a magic button that just erases everything. That's what Christianity says, and we believe that's a lie. What you can do is spend your time from this moment forward doing right and counteracting that. You can't press a button and eliminate everything negative that has occurred, but what you can do is outweigh it by the positive that you do. And the closer you are to the finish line, the more you need to pick up the pace and start laying in positive layers. You can wash it away with heroic deeds and deeds of greatness and building amazing things that dwarf it in comparison. But time keeps on slipping, and you've got to do it, you got to start now. I do think, and just like I talked earlier about relationships, your ancestors and our gods understand. They understand a lot of things. They see where you're coming from, and they know your intentions. And I'm sure that gets factored in. But deeds factor in much more heavily. What you do, what you accomplish, what you build, what you leave for those behind you. Those things are going to rebalance that karmic scale you talk about. They're going to rebalance your Hamenya in a way that's the best and the most potent. So spend from this moment on in the life you have building things that counterbalance anything that you feel you've done wrong in your life. I think that is the best way to rebalance that scale. What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
I think in one way, when we talk about Christianity, because or the question was brought up in the idea of being forgiven. One thing it's worth noting, and you just kind of hit on it, was they understand. The gods are concerned with bigger things. The noticing of deeds of the individual have to be great, but the noticing of the folk as a group, that is also a great testament to the gods, that they can see. Your ancestors understand too, though. Like, they have lived, they understand this life, and oftentimes the mistakes that are made. If you get bogged down in that, that's where things, that continuation is bad. But is that forgiveness? It's not about forgiveness. It's about understanding the mistakes that we have made. So Al-Zira the keyed it in. Once you realize that your ancestors understand, that the gods understand, given within the realm of like normalcy. Let's just hope we're not talking about the outliers of great egregious acts of dishonor, kinslaying and great needing things like that. If we're talking about just the living life and making mistakes and doing wrong at times when not knowing the full awareness of things now, the key is to know that your ancestors understand, and then do deeds that both will build them in fame and honor, and also bring glory and honor and fame to the gods. Those two coalesce for you to leave this place with a upright spine, with your chin up, that you have the ability to leave knowing that you are aware and you made your effort. It's not the easier answer. The easier answer, I think, is like if you want to just accept forgiveness and then sit down on rest on your laurels, and you're green lighted for the afterlife, and everything's going to be great so long as you uphold the covenant of your agreement. That's not our way. Our way is tackling that they understand because they too have seen, and then from there, once you lay that down, you have to do stuff. You have to actually commit to deed. And that's the hardest part for a lot of people. The hours, the time, the effort, a lot of that really dissuades people. People want religiosity that's easy. And unfortunately, in a lot of ways, we don't offer that. It's because the gods don't offer that. Life isn't about ease, but it is about attaining deeds. And you don't have to do great deeds right away. Build slowly, build in time. Seek help from your kin, seek help from your fellow kith, the folks of your that you have frith with. That's how you build, and God's willing, you do it within the times you have here.
So
Smiling.
that's really important. Our whole concept when we talk about justice in Asatru, it's very, very different than the Christian idea. Because in Christianity, when you sin, when you do wrong, it's between you and God. You've done something wrong to Jehovah or to Christ or whatever your understanding of that in a Christian context is. The only wrong you've done is violate stuff that Jehovah told you to do. It's not even related to the person that you wronged. In Asatru, that's not how it works. The wrong you commit by doing something and violating something of another person isn't a slap in the face to the gods. Yes, the gods might judge you harshly for it, but you sinned against that person and you need to make it right. The idea of compensation for what you have taken is what's really important. You can't just like, whoops, my bad, and it's all forgiven. If you've stolen from someone, you need to repay them. If you've taken something from someone that can't be repaid, then you make an attempt to repay an equivalency. It's what the idea of weregild was. If there was a killing, you'd place some kind of worth on that person and repay that to the family to try to make that right. If you've dishonored someone or embarrassed them in front of people, if you've harmed their reputation, you would need to do something to restore the amount of reputation that you've taken from them. Our understanding of absolution of bad deeds is repairing the damage that you've done, and then the nicety of an apology. But an apology, and a quarter buys you a phone call. An apology has no value. It doesn't feed anybody's kids. It doesn't, repair anything you broke. An apology is a nice gesture, but it needs to be accompanied by rectifying the things that you've damaged. And so that is very important as well. And I think Svan brings some of that out. So this is another good question. Will there be a cemetery at each Hof and at Sigerheim? Absolutely. We have a cemetery right now at Odenshof that has 2 of our loved ones interred there. We have a cemetery at Thorshof that has 1 gentleman that predates our ownership of Thorshof, but we've done right. We've restored his headstone. We've gotten him a headstone that honors him. We've taken care of his grave, and we honor that. And he's ready to have folks join him when the time comes. And interesting note, and this is kind of a cool thing at Sigerheim. on the property, on the grounds of Sigerheim. And we just found this out well after the purchase. There is an existing graveyard there. What we know now and what we've seen is it's an old family. I think most of the graves are mid to late 1800s, but an old family graveyard there, including one gentleman who was a Revolutionary War veteran. So we do have a graveyard there that we will be expanding upon. As a matter of fact, I plan to lay my mother's ashes to rest there this summer when I go down there at Sigerbloth. So yes, absolutely. One of the things, so Baldershof is within, it's on a very small amount of land, and it's within a city that way. Or I say a city, that's a very ambitious way to describe Murdoch, Minnesota.
It's a nice town.
It's in a neighborhood in a setting to where we can't really have a big expansive graveyard. So what we will do with the ashes there is build a columbarium to have vaults, I guess you'd call them, to put urns in, and then honor them there with nameplates and recognition in a beautiful columbarium there. But yeah, we will have place to inter the ashes of our loved ones at every one of our hofs. Absolutely.
I wanted to speak a little bit about Mr. Bethay's grave.
Please do.
Yeah.
You know what's fun? Start fresh, as if nobody knows anything about it. Tell the whole story, if you would.
Well, I think it's unique amongst our faith because we come across these places and we find these graves and we honor them because we honor the dead. It is part of our faith. So when we came to purchasing Thorshof, we found there was a completely run over stone in the middle of the grounds. And we dug it out and found that it was a gravestone, and we found the base. So it was cracked and laid down and had been kind of forgotten about. And upon talking to the mayor of the town, who attended that church when it was a Christian church, she had no idea that the grave even existed, which was really sad. Like I'm not saying that's her fault, but even the congregation itself before didn't seem to know. We ended up cleaning the stone and reading on it, and then we had genealogists from Odenshof go through and completely scour historical records of this gentleman, and we found his genealogy all the way to about the 1970s when they left the area. His name is Philip Bethay, and it seems to us that his wife is actually buried across the street. We don't know the story as to why that he's the only one there, or if he was removed and brought over there. We don't know that. So at the end of the day, it is best to show honor and respect for his spot. So what we did is we cleaned it up, and we have cordoned the area off. We know that he was buried in a Christian burial. So we left the stone there that says his religious affiliations, but we built another brand new stone, and upon it we did our tradition of the life rune and the death rune, and in it has his name, and it says, "Here you will be cherished and you will be remembered." And then his stone is beneath that, and it is cordoned off separately by fencing, and then the Thorshof burial ground will be built around that with another fence. So he will have his spot, and then extending off of that will be where our graves, our boat-shaped graves, or whatever. If people want to do something more, absolutely can do more. Will be the remains are going to be laid to rest there, and so it was really, really beautiful to be able to build his stone, clean his area, the area out, and put a fence around it, put flowers there, and we honor him as we pass by. A lot of times when we do our processions through the and around the back, when we do like the maypole or jumping the fire and some of our cultural traditions, we pass by, and oftentimes people leave little gifts there of flowers or bowls of mead or beer, simply as an offering of a gift, and it seems to be working. We've had some interesting evidence of something happening there, where it seems to be a goodly presence is aiding us and helping us, or at least being appreciative of the things that we're doing there. And we like to think that it's a sliver of him, maybe his memory, his hammer, is finally content. But not saying him as a whole, but we'll take what we can get. So that's the story of the grave there. But it was very, very important to Alcirago that we made it better than, and that's pretty low bar in the sense that it was forgotten. But I mean, we really spent a lot of time researching, going into this, and taking great care of his gravesite.
So this building was a functioning Methodist church until very, I don't know, about a year, I think, before the sale to us. Congregation moved to a different church across town. His grave is probably from like between 1900 and 1910.
Just at the turn.
Yeah. And they kept records because this was cool. We were able to look online about the burial records there. Initially, they owned the church, and the property across the street was one property. And that was a well-kept graveyard across the street. It was split when we made our purchase. They were aware there was a burial there because they put up little sticks there to where they didn't bust the lawnmower going over the tombstone chunks. But there was a continuously operating congregation of Methodists there for the last 110 years that watched this tombstone break down into pieces and decay and overgrow with grass. And eventually they just forgot about its existence. And that's so deeply offensive to me and to us. So it was a big thing. That was one of the first things that we focused on, was trying to restore and honor that man in his grave, because it's the right thing to do. It's one of the things at Sigerheim that I'm very much looking into. These graves have been dilapidated over the years. They've eroded. They've been broken down. It's a mess. We're going to restore what we can, replace what we can't, and we're going to take care and safeguard these people's resting place and their memories to the best of our ability, because it's the right thing to do. Again, Asatru is not what you think. It's not what you want. It's not what you woulda, shoulda, coulda. It's what you do. And that's something that we are going to do. Monk asks, what is heaven in Asatru? I thought that was Asgard. I know this is something that Svan has spent a lot of time on linguistically, so he's gonna answer that one.
This is a cosmology question, so I'll be very brief so that we can go over this much more next episode. But I'll say this much. First and foremost, I had a wonderful member. He's very, very smart and just inquisitive about things, and he asked me this very same question, and I found in that questioning, this is the best way I can place it. We know that the word hell is our word. It comes from our language. It's a Germanic word, and it means to shroud or to cover. The word heaven is also our word, and a lot of people don't realize that, or if they are aware that yes, hell is the word from our faith, and they took it and utilized it in the Bible for the Germanic Bible, they at least don't realize that heaven or heavenum and himenia are our words that mean the greater upper expanse or the great above, the starry expanse. And it's worth noting that Ausgard is an encapsulated place, just like Midgard. In our faith, Midgard is spoken of as being encapsulated with Vanaheim and Jotunheim, and then above and below with Ljósálfheim and Svartalfheim, so it's encapsulated. Ausgarður is encapsulated in heaven because of the way in our stories it's spoken of. The tree is there in the Gylfaginning. It is spoken that the tree and the first root of the tree resides there in the wellspring, Earth's well as it's called now, or Urðursbrunur, and they built Ausgard in a place they call Idavol, the plane of work, but it's also called the starry expanse, or the place in which things are built, and it is surrounded by mountains, and the highest mountain in our stories is Himmenbjörg, literally meaning heavenly mountain or heavenly mountains, possibly. But Himmenbjörg is where Heimdall stands on the edge of Ausgard, the entirety of heaven, or the upper world, the expanse, the place in which the gods reside, and where order descends down to the middle, as we've been reiterating in these stories, is what we would call heaven. Just like Yggdrasil is sometimes called Lerda, there's many other names, but the upper realm is Himenya, or Hiovenum, and there resides the kingdom of the gods, the Ausgarður, if you will. So they're together but different, if you will.
All right. What is the AFA's position on transhumanism, particularly life extension technologies?
I'm sorry. I for a minute there, I didn't see the question right away. I was like, oh boy, here we go. No, transhumanism. Oh, whew.
So the AFA is very skeptical on anything that starts with the word trans.
All right, here we go. Right.
As far as attempts to integrate humanity with artificial intelligence and robotics and things, that's kind of a beyond the pale sci-fi deal. When it comes with life extension in terms of medical innovations, we're certainly for longer life through, better medicine and better medical treatment. When it comes to the idea of integrating man and machine to prolong life, that's got so many question marks. And I think our initial knee-jerk response to any of that is a negative one. I'm very curious about the specifics of that and what that looks like. I think that there is a fine line. Fundamentally, trying to reject the natural course of life is bad, but as Aryans, what we have always done, there's a misunderstanding that Asatru is about, nature worship. We have tried to find dominance over our circumstance throughout our existence. The creation of fire, the creation of walls and roofs to keep out the weather, to mitigate winter. We've used technology throughout our history to bring the world around us into conformance with our will and our needs. And so I think there's a very fine line there, and I don't know what that looks like. But I think that's something best to be discussed as it comes into existence. The idea of some kind of forced transhumanism is certainly something that we're against. The ways that it is rearing its head in common parlance and conversation is certainly things that we're against. So I'm curious of that when it becomes more real, of discussing that in a very finite and real way. What are your thoughts, Svan?
I'm in complete agreement with you. I think that when we talk about the innovation of things, we are an innovative people. We seek innovation. I have friends who have semi-robotic parts because of their loss of limb and things like that. I'm even down to even having an app connected to it and things like that. Do I think that's I think that's fine in the sense that I don't split that hair too deeply. But yeah, when we are talking about, say, implants or forced implants, definitely no. But transhumanism, whether at what point do we cease when the innovation takes over for the betterment and becomes innovation simply for innovation's sake? At that point, you're dealing with a worm. You're dealing with a boring serpent that's going to gore its way through. And so I think Asatru and being noble and being of the folk comes with the precepts before that even happens, is the idea that we need to have the freedom and the ability to defend that freedom of saying no.
I think that we overthink some of these questions more than they're asked, but I think that's just our nature. When transhumanism equals like downloading your brain contents into a computer database or something, that becomes very, very different and very confusing. There's a lot of questions that come into that. But when you look at how that progresses in the terms of, like, if you have a pacemaker, is that transhumanism? If you have, artificial limbs, is that where does that line get drawn is very interesting. And we've seen a lot of mechanical innovations. I had a friend of mine, I used to joke that he was a cyborg because what had happened was he was working at a liquor store, and two folks that didn't look like the rest of us broke in there and started assaulting the old man that was, managing the store. And my friend stepped in. He's an Asatru, and he stepped in and defended the old man and chased off the thugs. And in the process, they beat him with a full Jack Daniels bottle, caved in his face, broke his arm. So he had a whole bunch of metal pieces in his face and a whole bunch of metal pieces in his arm. There is a level to where those kind of innovations are completely legitimate and awesome things. One of the things that's really cool, and again, this is going way beyond the question. I understand that.
That's a good question, though.
It's cool to run into a time where our prosthetics have gotten as good as they have been, especially when we have so many of our folk that have been maimed in Iraq and Afghanistan. One of the bars I used to work at, we had a metal detector on people coming in, and this blew my mind. There was this guy that came in, and the thing was just going off like it was Christmas. It was just 4th of July, beep, 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 beep. Everything's going crazy. And he empties his pockets, he put everything out, didn't understand what the problem was. Eventually, I'm like, dude, what is going on? He lifted up both pant legs. From the knee down on both legs, he had completely artificial prosthetic legs. I couldn't tell. The guy was walking completely normal, balancing completely normal. It was really amazing. And I think, that's a real special thing in a time when so many young men have been damaged in that way going to war. I realize that people may be, I say our country, but people may be in a number of different countries listening to this program. But when our young men have been put in those situations, it's really amazing that we've developed body armor that is so protective that things that would have been lethal are no longer lethal. I was working with one guy in that same job bouncing, and he had been blown up and shot ridiculous amounts of time, but because he had heavy and very good body armor, he was intact. That's amazing. Having people that have lost limbs in combat and been able to live much more normal lives with modern prosthetics is amazing. So I think it's an interesting question. I think that sitting around and being afraid of it all the time is probably a bad usage of our time. I know a lot of people, especially an older generation, like to wring their hands and worry about it. I don't think anything is gained in that worrying process. So, for what that's worth. The next question is a long question that I think Nick had to put in 4 different chunks. So I hope we get to all of it in the way that you're asking it, and I don't necessarily understand the first sentence. What are your thoughts on absolute infinity? This is a philosophy I used to be very into, and it could explain the, quote, gods are part of the one, quote, theory. As a follow-up to that, I read a short book called The Call of Our Ancient Nordic Religion. And in that book, it talks about how the gods are part of something larger. In that book, it says, God, in quotes, is incomprehensible to man, and that Odin and the other gods are archetypical ways we can comprehend divinity. To clarify, quote, absolute infinity, unquote, is the philosophy that the universality itself is an infinite mind that can think or imagine anything, hence our being. So the short book that you were referring to in the middle of your question is by Alexander Red Mills, who is one of our heroes, who we celebrate. He is actually the patron hero of Thorshof. I have immense respect for Alexander Red Mills. Thorshof was my first Hof that was under my leadership as Alsherigothi. And I was the one who decided that we wanted to honor Alexander Red Mills there. So I have a huge amount of respect for him and what he did, but his understanding of our gods was in a very rudimentary way, and he was still stuck very much in a paradigm of trying to reconcile our faith with the Christianity that he'd been raised in that was so overwhelming in the world at the time. And that resulted from a lot of people of that day and age in some mental gymnastics that I think were a step that was necessary or useful or, productive to move us a step away from traditional Christianity towards our gods, but wasn't quite all the way there yet. We also have access to a lot of things that Alexander didn't have. So, no, I think that philosophy is incorrect. I think that is an attempt to try to rationalize our legitimacy alongside of what was the prevailing religion of his time in Australia and in the Western world. Our gods are not merely archetypes. They are living, existing entities with personality. They exist. When we call to them, when we interact with them, they interact back with us. They're not emanations of this great oneness in the sense that they share personality. Again, we talked earlier in the show. If there is some oneness source thing, it is impersonal, and it is a source of stuff like Gnungagap is. There are things out there beyond our gods, certainly. Are those things sentient and conscious and personalities? Not so much. It's one of the things when Christians or Abrahamists in general make the claim that their one desert God is omnipotent and he is responsible for everything that exists and everything that happens. The double-edged sword of that they don't like and have a very, very hard time of defending is that same God is then responsible for all of the evil that befalls mankind. If there is 100% all powerful, because this is the one all powerful creative being that exists, and if that is a personality, it cannot be a good personality because it exists. Its existence and its all power necessitates a responsibility for every evil thing that happens, for every misfortune, for every time that bad things happen to good people. One of the beauties of Asatru is that we don't claim that our gods individually are all powerful of the universe. They are immensely powerful. They are powerful beyond our understanding. But they are not responsible for everything good and bad that exists in the universe. They are responsible for us, for our existence, for our world, and they act for the benefit of our folk and our people. And they bless us when we engage them in relationship. The more you move out to an impersonal connection with some oneness thing, I think that's something that the human mind likes to do for convenience. And what that ultimately leads is universalism, which in the Asatru Folk Assembly we practice. We are folkish. The difference between folkish and universalist is universalists have the presumption that their way is the only way, that their God or gods are the only gods, and that everyone else and every other people have to go through their conception of the world to exist and to be spiritually fulfilled. We don't believe that. We believe very much that our gods are for our people, for our folk, for our race, and that we are ethnically, familially connected to them. And it makes a really fundamental difference when it comes to religious practice. But our gods are absolutely individuals. They absolutely have personality and exist. That is a fundamental component of the gift cycle, which all of our ritual is based around. And it's really hard to make the case for somebody who hasn't experienced it. But as someone who has experienced it, it's undeniable, it's inescapable, it's as obvious and as plain as the nose on my face. But I didn't see it like that until all of a sudden it was made real to me. And it's very hard to convince someone who hasn't had that experience of the overwhelming truth of that statement. But once you do see it, you can't unsee it. And I hope that makes sense. Svan, what do you have to add on that?
All I'm going to add, because I could go on and on this one, but you've covered a great amount. So I would just say that it's worth noting that the infinite in a concept of spreading out, or maybe no movement at all, but just existence of never ending. The way that our folk look at things is that there is this there's always polarization and the movement of that which is. So in an essence, the infinite doesn't willfully move, but does move, and that within it becomes polarized. So it ceases to be just simply infiniteness. That's because we see that doesn't, it can't be, it does not exist to be that which is something and everything and nothing all at once. So the infinite ceases to become the infinite when it becomes two things. And then when those two things move in and out, it creates much of that which is now. And when it moves and separates again, it will destroy and create again. Is cyclication infinite? Yes. Is it absolutely the same? No, it's like, again, things don't. It's not a replication. It's a more like, one of our Gothar says it very, very well. He says that it's history doesn't repeat itself; it rhymes itself. And I think this can apply to a lot of different things. Is that this movement, when polaric forces happen, when there is a fire to an ice, when there is a man to a woman, when there is like a sky to the ground, when there is these polaric forces, the infinite ceases to exist and becomes tangible, becomes real, becomes something that's not speculated into the point of obscurity. And that's a big thing that we got to be weary of. Is our gods are not obscure. We don't lend ourselves so far down, turning our gods into archetypes and things like that, because that eventually leads down the path towards relativism. And again, relativism is a byproduct of universalism, and to the point where it becomes so irrelevant because everything is it's just relevant to itself. Everything else, it ceases to become relevant. So it kind of dissolves itself. We don't see the world that way. We see the world as creating its tangibleness, that simply by movement and by polarization, infinity ceases to be infinite and becomes polaric, becomes the real, the movement forward and out. And we see this in all things: the sun and the moon and the earth and the water and the sky and the light, and all of these things have polaric forces that cease. They are eternal, but they are not infinite, because they are finite.
All right.
Yeah.
Our next question. Ali asks or says, I have in my medical chart to contact Witan Brandy or another Githya in the event that I'm dying in a hospital. What can our Gothar do for a dying person without being physically present?
Call us.
So, first of all,
I will.
Awesome. I'm glad that you do that. I hope everyone does that. I would love everyone to do that. We've talked before about making cards that you can put in your wallet that have as your emergency contact for medical things, your Gothi or your Githia. I think that's absolutely the thing to do. I was trying to get put on lists at local hospitals. I was when I lived in Anchorage. It was hard here because when I started doing it, we've had all the COVID nonsense. And honestly, I've been unable to get through since then. They've cut way back on their spiritual counseling at the local hospitals in my area. But that is an amazing thing to do, everyone, right now. If that is an option on medical charts and on stuff, I would encourage you to please put your Gothi or your Githia on there. What can the Gothar do from a distance without being there physically? That's hard, because all of us would so want to help in any way that we could. There's stuff we can do. There's healing rituals that I've led and been involved in that I think are helpful. There's also counseling we can do for the individual, for the families, for anyone involved in any kind of health crisis, and also in preparation for death and dying. There's a lot of work that can be done with counseling towards that and after that. One of the things with counseling that I try to impress upon our Gothar that it's very important is when we counsel someone, it's not just about that moment. It's helping to walk them through that whole process and being there for them. It's being there in that moment, but it's also following up. It's helping them through the process and then into that process of rebuilding and healing afterwards. There's a lot we can do for counseling, for the family, for the individual that's going through that transition into death, for helping them make sure that they have things squared away, that they're in a place where they are best prepared to walk that hell road, to do ritual and do ritual and action in their life to settle their accounts with people and with things, to leave their family in a good state and in a good way, to proceed into the next world with the best dignity and the best reputation that they can, to help settle any kind of remaining scores and to get some of that off their mind, and also just to be there for them, talk to them, to be their friend, and if necessarily, literally, to hold their hand all the way through. We can do that. So there's a lot of stuff we can do, and it's hard to put it all into words, but being there, being an ear, being a helping hand, being an advisor, being a witness, being somebody who can hold their hand through the process and walk with them on, at least this part of their journey. That's something we can do. And it's hard, but it's absolutely what we sign up for. And it's not something we look forward to doing, but it's absolutely maybe one of the most profound and important and meaningful things that we can do. What are your thoughts, Svan?
I think the biggest thing is, first, depending on where you're at, the and how important it is, or how dire the situation is, having someone getting out to you is possible, because we are as we are. Our the state of our church is able to, or at least in some degree, even to have a folk builder or somebody, even a member, to come out and get in touch with you. But yes, there is occasions where we've held ceremony for people that weren't able, or had passed suddenly, or lots of things about distance. Doing our proper rites, singing our dirge songs to the soul, and conducting bloat and burning offerings of sacred wood and herbs, and pouring mead, and giving gifts, and presiding over your memory, firstly, even at a distance, is one of the first things, that many of us are deeply, our obligation to the honor of our folk in doing that. Obviously, we have to keep if you're a member, we will try within all of our abilities, and creating infrastructure around members, especially ones that are really far out, is very, very hard. So I'm not saying that it will never happen. That I would love to have it to the point where the Asatru Folk Assembly, no matter where you're at, can send someone to you immediately. But if that's not the case, the idea is that we would hold rights for you, and having someone be able to give us that information, having it in a will, so that if something does befall you, they can be that information can be given to us, or accessed in a certain sense. Like, even if it was about pictures and things like that, to hold a memoriam, even though you're at a greater distance. Perfect example of this would be if somebody was a soldier or a Marine or somebody of the military, and it passed away, and we're in the processes of the military dealing with that, and the memoriam could be held based on the information that is given out. So having access to that is, I think, also very important. But holding those bloats, the distance between us becomes one step away when we call out from the harrow.
All right. All right, so this is an interesting one. Are non-perceptive people denied the ability to see with quotations, or is it an undeveloped ability? So this is funny because, you know, I'm not that guy that can see all those things. I don't have second sight in that way. Now, I experience a lot of very profound spiritual things, but there are people that have that element to them to where they see things in that way. They have that second sight. And here's the thing, again, it's not the most comfortable, but equality is a lie. We don't believe in equality. Everybody's not equal. There are some people that have an amazing ability that is a huge blessing, that they can perceive things that the rest of us can't. It's not that everybody else is denied an ability. It's that a few people are granted an ability. It's not a selective screwing of other people. It's a blessing to certain people. And I think that's a much more healthy way to look at it. But that being said, it is also an undeveloped ability that you can enhance or make better. So there are people out there that have that second sight ability that spend their life denying it, pretending it doesn't exist, and wishing it away, that squander it. There are others that maximize it and embrace it. You seeking to develop it, to work on it, to enhance that will make you better than if you had not sought to enhance it. Will it bring you to the level of somebody who's blessed with the second sight? I don't know. Probably not, but maybe. Will it make you closer to that than you are now? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's not that when someone doesn't have an extraordinary ability, it's not that they're held back. It's that certain people are particularly blessed. And we should be happy for them and embrace them and be excited about that rather than lamenting that we don't have that ourselves. That's a much more healthy way to approach that, I think. And to seek out those people and seek their advice and things. But yeah, so it's okay. So this is we don't talk on here about magical things and supernatural things like that very often. One of the reasons is because there's lots and lots of lunatics that make that embarrassing because they say things that are not true, that are mentally ill, that are whatever else. And so we hesitate to say those things because we worry we'd be perceived that way. And I think that's something that we all feel. I know it's something that I feel, so I try not to come off like a lunatic on these things. But I will say this. So when I was in Sweden, the gentleman over there that I spoke about, and I'm just being cryptic because I don't know if he wants the information shared or whatever. But, you know, he, in passing, it was funny because he talked to somebody else in our party about a very specific person that he saw following them, beyond the veil person. But then when somebody brought it up or whatever, he's like, and yeah, Matt, of course, there's lots of people are following you at these places. They're very curious, but that's because of what you do. Anyways, and he just transitioned to this thing like it was no big deal. Just because you don't see other things doesn't mean that your actions aren't meaningful beyond the veil. I don't see ghosts either, but a person who does told me that lots of them were very interested in what I was doing. So it's not just whether you see them or not. That doesn't limit your ability to have an effect or be meaningful beyond the veil or have that potency in the other worlds. And that may be a bunch of out there stuff. I hope it was meaningful to the question that was asked. Svan, what are your thoughts on that?
Be careful of charlatans, like you had mentioned. Al-Sirigodi, about there are a lot of people out there that do kind of lead off into the realm of oddity and insanity sometimes, and that's why we're reluctant to talk about some of these things or openly or but the so again, be careful of the charlatans out there. I think that a lot of people that do have an ability do so with a great reluctancy, where they speak often with a reluctancy, or they don't, but there is an effect. I think that there are people that have those sites, and it does blur their edges, if you will, sometimes of their huer or even of their leak. So also be careful of wanting too much. It is good to be middle wise on a lot of things, including this. So the awareness, understanding what that comes from. Are you wishing to be aware for confirmation? That is a perfectly reasonable and absolutely desirable thing that any human being would want, and that's totally normal. And I think that's fine. And if you're willing to admit that that's a start where you can begin training yourself to interact. I think as you go, perhaps your intentions will change, but that's perfectly viable. Is I want to interact and become aware for confirmation. Because as Al-Sirigodi, they clearly stated too, just because you don't see doesn't mean you don't have an effect. Things are going on. Just people sometimes need that confirmation. Will you receive it? That is, again, another thing that Al-Sirigodi hit on is some people are boomed, some people are given, and it doesn't mean that someone else is being oppressed or chided or taken away from, but understanding the perfectness of our place in that. Our trying is perfectly fine. I think anybody that should strive to be better. We talked about that a lot in the last episode, and this applies to this as well. But I would say even the continuance of trying without results is discipline and will lend you down a path that may give you things beyond what you started thinking you would receive, and that's a journey in and of itself. But the uninitiated sometimes I think can experience it, and I think initiation is important and has happened in our church and within our folk. To Al-Sirigodi, even though he's reluctant to speak upon it, I have seen things physically involving ceremony and belief in our faith with evidence, photographic evidence. So this is it's important. I would say focus on the discipline and the desire of the result, and be true to yourself to why you want that result, and that will begin you on the journey of perhaps being better than you are now, despite what may happen. And again, at a certain point, knowing too much can be a problem. It's not always a gift.
The seeking of validation and of confirmation from beyond is a very human thing, and it's something that we all want. We all have these questions like, why don't the gods just come down and appear before us and fix everything and do these things in a rock solid way that we can feel much more comforted by? The answer to that question, honestly, I don't know. It's just not how it works. Wish it was. I think we all do. But just because you don't get that in the way that you would most desire it, just because your phone doesn't ring and, Odin's on the other end telling you something, doesn't mean that those signs and those things aren't there if you look and you keep your mind and your heart open for them. The world doesn't work like we wish it does. It works like it works, and we can function within that or not. But I find if we don't stress about the things that we don't have and we do focus on what we do have, you get moments, and maybe it's just one moment, maybe it's just a couple, where you reach out, something reaches back. Maybe in a way you don't expect. Maybe in a way that just knocks you on your butt because it's out of nowhere. But if you stop focusing on a desperate need to have it happen your way, and you allow it to happen the God's way, things will happen to you and you will notice. And pretending that you are a level 20 necromancer, whatever you think you are, isn't going to be fulfilling. But being a humble and devoted practitioner of Asatru, sometimes when you get a little taste of something from the other side, it is worth more than whatever you could imagine in your mind the other way. I don't know if that makes any sense, but the truly transcendent moments that I've had in Asatru they're few. I'm very lucky. I'm one of the most fortunate men in the whole world, and I feel that and I believe that. But the truly transcendent, man, the other side was speaking to me moments are few. But each of those, you'd be lucky if you have one of those in an entire lifetime. Cherishing what you do have rather than pining for what other people say they have and you wish you had, especially in a spiritual sense, is ultimately very, very unfulfilling. So one of the things we have as people is, and this is way beyond your question, I get that, but I hope it's beneficial to other people listening. We want confirmation. We want to feel special. And we build up paradigms in our head of what that looks like. We are very attached to outcome. And in a physical way, in a lot of things, that makes a lot of sense. But spiritually, we need to be willing to extend ourselves in acts of worship and devotion without expecting anything back, but being completely open to whatever we might get back. If you approach ritual making an offering with no expectation of return, but out of a genuine offering of worship to our gods, or a genuine outpouring of love for your ancestors with no expectation, and you leave your heart and your mind open, you would be amazed at some of the beautiful things that can happen as a result of that. And I would encourage everyone listening to do that. All right, the next one. Gentlemen, we talked about our Christian ancestors going to the great halls. You think that all of our folk going there, despite the fact that some dedicated life serving and swearing oaths to Hebrew gods. Thanks. So, reality is real no matter whether we want it to be or not. Ethnic faiths exist because of the nature of reality itself. I don't think that the Hebrew God has the ability to spiritually colonize all these other people. I don't think it works that way. So I think a lot of our ancestors will wind up confused on the other side, will wind up realizing that things didn't work the way that they thought they would or that they thought they should. What I think is judged particularly harshly are the generation of our ancestors that went from belief in our gods, forsook that belief, and embraced Christianity. Those who are 4, 5, 6 generations in that don't know any better, they do the best they can. I've got to think our gods realize that and know that. And I hope that that reflects fairly on our ancestors when they find themselves on the other side of the veil. I can't tell you exactly how our gods choose to judge these people. I can't tell you exactly how our ancestors do. But in order for our gods to be gods, furthermore, for them to be Aryan noble gods, I have to believe that they're fair-minded and that they extend grace and courtesy to people who are well-meaning. And I believe that's true. I don't think that, like the Mormons will do this posthumous baptism thing. I don't think that their Hebrew God magically gets to, suck the souls out of our afterlife for his afterlife. I just don't think that's how it works. So yeah, that is my belief. And again, I'm not on the other side. I can't see that, but here's what I do know is true. When we reach, so praying to your ancestors is against Judaism, Christianity, Islam. It's against all of those things. Praying to heroes of our folk is also idolatry and against Abrahamism. Yet I know that if you pray to heroes of our folk that weren't Asatru, someone hears those prayers and they're responded to. I know that when I go before my altar and I speak to my ancestors that were Christians, were very devout Christians, I know that they hear me and I know that they interact with me. So the exactitudes of their afterlife, I can't speak to authoritatively, but I can tell you that our Christian ancestors receive our worship and engage in the gift cycle with us. That truth is a confirmation of what I've just said I think happens in the afterlife to me, at least to a degree. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Oh, yeah, we have covered that a bit, but yeah, the idea of certainly tricking the mind, but not taking the soul. Again, our core faith comes from tribal mindset, spiritual belief of the tribe, of the folk, of the people, and this is, as Al-Sirgo just said, it's the natural way of what we have done and what others have done, and our way is our way, and their way is not our way. And so, even though universalism is an interesting and new development in the idea of spirituality, in which the entirety of a world is convinced that one God from one tribe is, even amongst, whether it's the subsects with Christianity or a complete other derivative with Islam, the Abrahamic faiths that have descended from there have convinced the world that all other ways are moot. Though it's the Bible is ripe with it, showing clearly, the gods of other people, the idea that there are no gods put before that God, so on and so forth. The list is long. At the end of the day, when you honor your ancestors, or if you dream of them and see them, that is not supported in any Abrahamic faith. And you have to either accept their theological argument is that anything that isn't Elohim or Allahi or Allah or whatever, that it's evil. And so that's their argument. That's their catch-all. Anything outside of that is evil. So if you interact with anything, including your ancestors, evil. And I think that's a very lazy and very very crooked-backed way of dealing with spiritual arguments, but they do as they do. The outside of that, don't concern yourself with it. If this is our way, has to stop thinking universally too. I mean, we can do it in other aspects in the physical realm. It's just hard for people to conceptualize the idea of doing it in a spiritual realm. Anything outside of us doesn't matter. It is not us. It exists. There are things out there. There are people out there, sure, but they're outer of the guard. They're not in there. We are encapsulated and cultivate within ourselves. So start with that by just honoring your ancestors, whether they were Christian or not, and also being noble. Again, the gentleman's grave at Thorshof, he was a Christian. I know he was, but it's ignoble for me to desecrate the grave, or even worse, to forget about it. But it is noble to honor, despite our differences, and work forth from there. Outside of that, keep it. If you can think of other things in a nativist mindset, you have to work on de-universalizing your spiritual worldview. And that's hard, but honor your ancestors.
There you go. Next question. Are human ghosts in Midgard actually the spirit of the person most of the time, or is it closer to the stone tape theory? I have to assume the stone tape theory is a typo of the stoned ape theory. If I'm wrong and there's some stone tape thing I don't know about, please let me know.
I think I have an idea, but
I'm going to assume it's the stoned ape theory. If that is the case, it all depends on the person involved. Human ghosts in Midgard exist and are the spirit of people that have passed very often. If you are on drugs, can you see things that aren't there, that are coming from a different place, that are internal? Absolutely. If you are on certain psychedelics, does it make you more perceptive to actual ghosts of people? Perhaps. I don't suggest that's not the case either. So I think that there's three options on there. If you're on crazy hallucinogens, yeah, maybe you're just seeing crazy stuff that comes from random places. If you are a judicious person who is using psychedelics for spiritual purposes, maybe you're much more receptive to things from beyond the veil, and that's legitimate. Or if you're regular and you're completely stone sober and you see ghostly apparitions, I think those are probably most often actual people that actually existed. I think it all depends on the circumstance involved. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Well, a stone tape, I had an idea of what it was, and I was correct. It's the imprinting. We've talked about this a little bit before. The idea that stones and wood and things around us imprint based on events that happen. And we kind of talked about that in the last episode, where the hammer imprints itself upon the world around it, and that oftentimes the things we see are reflections of. So yes, we are quite literally talking about the stone tape theory, based on our hammer, the part of our soul, imprinting or flash burning an event or a moment in the world around us. And that does seem to be the case with many accounts. There are other accounts, obviously, where people see dreams, or they see an apparition that is physically trying to communicate with them, and is not repeating some sort of event. So I would say that stone tape theory does apply, especially in relation to the hammer, but it is not always the case in relation to other otherworldly visions beyond the veil.
So that's interesting. So there's actually a stone tape and a stoned ape theory. Cool. So if that is a thing, then both of those are actually human apparitions. The one is one that is, and this is kind of what I tried to mention a little bit earlier between, the negative, ghoulish, haunting, crazy stuff and visitation from well-meaning ancestors. Due to ridiculously powerful events and things, certain impressions can be left upon the physical environment. And you see that at battlefields and stuff. That's a thing. Most often, I think there's actual consciousness behind things, and it's not just the disembodied hammer making an impression on things. But I think most is relative on what you experience. But yes, what Svan said is absolutely the case. That piece of memory and hammer can be seared into something due to the potency of emotion and the will or the magical efficacy that is poured into it in a moment of crisis or in an extreme sense. We do see that places. So I hope that answers better. And I'm sorry for my little diversion on the stoned ape deal. Although I do think the stoned ape thing is really interesting, and I've been reading about things about that lately. So next question, sorry if it was covered already, but any advice on dealing with past kin who really, really didn't like non-Christian stuff in life? So I think this, goes to, all right, so I think this goes to what I was saying a little bit earlier. Things are what they are, no matter what your ancestors thought or didn't think. So I think that when we go beyond the veil, myself and Svan included, we're going to learn a whole bunch of stuff we didn't know. And we're going to see things through a lens that we didn't see when we were here in Midgard. And hopefully, the wiser we are and the better we do, the closer and the better we can see those things. But that's going to be a time where your ancestors see like, oh man, I messed up. And, reality is, this is something that I say even within Midgard. Reality has a way of red pilling people. The more people are engaged in reality without blinders on, the more they see the way the world works, whether it's the way they want it to or not. Truth has a habit of being able to transcend and overwhelm opinion, because truth exists whether we want it to or it doesn't. So our ancestors that were super duper duper anti-pagan, I think when they're on the other side of the veil, they will realize the error in those thoughts. And I believe that to be the case. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Again, when we were talking about honor your ancestors, the deeds here, there's only for them to gain. Again, in a kind of a way, it's like I believe it's Marcus Aurelius who said that to live a noble life, whether the gods be real or not, is the end result. Is that if they are not, then I lived my life well, and if they are, then I lived my life worthy of them, or it was something along those lines. And I think in this correlation, the European expression of Christianity isn't always entirely bad on the external. The internal, it is, I think, a very, very deep, damaging thing, with a lot of concepts that are completely foreign to our people. So I'm not saying it's all roses and things, but from the external side, Christianity does have an ability, especially the European expression of it. It formalized and organized folk in a way for a while. I mean, there was never a unified sense of it. whether it's Catholicism or Protestantism, Anglicanism, or all the other Gnostics and things like that. So that wasn't. They like to think that it was a unifying factor, but it really wasn't. But it did allow a medium of expression across Europe as a whole, and so there are some aspects to decency and goodness, especially like even just American version of Christianity that could be different from others. Our ancestors were good people. They try to do their best. I think that some of them might have been confused, and if they really, really, really didn't like stuff that was outside of that, again, the caveat of Christianity or Abrahamic faiths in general is that there is a caveat, and that caveat creates the motivation. If the person doesn't really, 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 really like things that were non-Christian, it's really based off of the fear of Gehenna. And the idea, or they just chose a word, and that word is hell, or Hades, or whatever. But the idea again is fear that place, fear the place that's the opposite place of it's like if you're not in the synagogue of Yahweh, you're in the synagogue of Satan. Either way, the synagogue, comparison. The big thing is that it's a caveat of motivation. The idea to attain souls, they believe this, and really what this is cultivating mentality. But when people pass away, they realize the truth of it. And what do they gain? They gain all of their loved ones and the ones that came before them. They gain all of that. I mean, in truth to all Abrahamic faiths, unless a person commits to the covenant in a certain way, whatever way that's specified, they do not get the eternal. This is, has been set. So like grandma could be great. Great grandma could be a great person, but if she didn't accept the covenant in a certain way, guess what? So the I've always seen that as such a bleak and, again, bent back way of looking at the spirituality of things. So if I have an ancestor who's really, really, really devoutly Christian, if they found out that they lived their life hopefully fairly well and didn't enact themselves treacherously, then they have nothing but the best to gain, which is the ability to join with the souls of those who came before and to see the truth of all that is going on now. I definitely believe that a perfect example is on my ancestral line. I believe there is someone that would disagree with me on a lot of things the way I view the world now. When he was alive, I do not think that's the case now. I think he now realizes that the truth of the situation, that the future of the land that he loved and the country that he came from is in turmoil, and that times are changing and not for the better for his people in the land that he comes from. I'm speaking overseas and of Iceland, but at the time he was seeing the world in a very different way, and I think now the world has blown up into something else, and I have had personal gnosis that he is seeing the truth of it and not in agreement with it the way he might have been when he was living and kind of, again, confused about things. So, yeah.
All right. Gentlemen, yet another great stream. Thank you.
Thanks.
Do animals have souls? If so, what do we know about them? And what's the afterlife for them? Thank you. So, I don't know, and I don't claim to be an expert on animal afterlife. But what is common and what I have heard many times is that the ghosts of pets appear to folks who see that sort of thing. And I tend to believe that. I think that there is certainly something in animals having a soul. I think their soul is very different and doesn't have the same pieces that ours has. They are a living creature and they have a sense of self So I have to think that there is something that we would probably describe as a soul there. And I do think that, yeah, so there's something to that. Now, what that is, I don't know. Does every animal that's used purely for food have a soul? That's an awful lot of souls out there. I don't know. But I do think that there is something there. And I think in the ability for that soul to transcend and interact has a lot to do with the amount of devotion and relationship built between that animal and humans or and others that it interacts with. Um, but I know that's not a great answer to your question, but I don't want to speak outside of stuff that I know or stuff that makes sense. So I do think that there's something there, but it's certainly not the same as the soul of, you know, an Aryan man. What do you say, Svan?
I've always I like you said, the soul is different than the components of the human soul. But and again, you keying in on what you said about how people have seen the spirits of animals, and I I believe they stay in the middle. I've always told my children this about the um, the encapsulation of life around Midgard is about like Vanaheim and what it symbolically represents as about the origins of life. And I feel that the souls of animals move in between that and us in the middle. I don't view Jotunheim in that same way because I believe Jotunheim is the primordial resistance, and that Vanaheim is the extension of life and the will to live, or at least, and I'm not speaking like in the references of Leaf and Leaf Thruster. It's just the evolutionary tract of life creating itself to live um, seems to source from what I believe Vanaheim is, that ever growing, that ever expanding growth of life. And so that ebb and flow is like a tide, a wave coming in and out. And that if anything, animals share a collective soul within the middle. That the idea of the animal itself in its shape or is a fragment of the total soul of all of them. If it was to look, say for instance, picking any animal in general, the idea is that all of them share a commonality of, or the tendril of a soul that accumulates back towards their sourcing in the middle, like in Vanaheim, and that ebb and flow kind of flows from that. How that exactly works, I don't know. This is just my personal beliefs on their relation to Vanaheim and the bounty, as Lord Frey is the one who brings bounty, especially in flock and in life and the production of life. And animals are deeply connected to the natural law cycle, far more than even humans are. And I think that ebb and flow back and forth from the origins of Vanaheim, where Audhumla, when she was transformed there, that's that ebb and flow of that life coming in, meeting against the resistance of Jotunheim here in the middle. And that's that ebb and flow of natural law going back and forth. So do they stick around? I think they have the ability to, but I also think that eventually they do go back, and that the entirety of one individual animal shares more of a kind of a collective soul conceptualization rather than just individuals by individuals. Because again, they lack the ond and they lack the ability to place themselves in a conceptualized state through language, placing themselves in a place they've never been, in context and time, like humans can. That's the one thing that truly makes us unique. But it doesn't mean that they're worse. It's that their divine cycling is between here and the Westlands, or the place beyond the veil where that life source is from. I hope that makes sense.
All right. Can people have pagan symbols on their grave, like the hammer, like how Christians have the cross. Yeah, certainly people can have whatever they want on their graves if they have a private person making them, or if they're in a private cemetery or whatever. Here in the United States, recently, and when I say recently, like within the last 20 years, military service people can also have Asatru religious imagery on their graves, like the hammer. I was at one, because I saw the gravestone in this one, I know for sure. There's others that I'm not certain about. I was at one funeral for a veteran, and his grave from, his DOD grave that he gets had the hammer on it. I was at that funeral for Clark Willen Weber, and that's a thing. Yes, that's an option for military service members who've passed, but yeah, certainly. I'm not sure where you're located, but over here, it's, you can get what you like on your grave, and I've seen a number of gravestones with Thor's hammers on them.
With digital etching now, they can
Mhm.
put almost anything you want on there.
Absolutely. Are wills sealed if you did military service? Can they be updated, etc.? Svan's going to know more about this than I do. Svan, what do you know about this?
So if you have, okay, if you're talking about while you're in the military and you do a right of attorney for all of your possessions, that's different than a will, and that's not the same thing. It's really just based about immediate possessions. Wills go in, and sometimes when you do wills, they'll only give it out to the person you specify. So I don't think it's sealed. I had a will and a right of attorney for my immediate possessions in the place where I was stationed. I gave power of attorney to those possessions, and then I had a will separate for a family member of mine for further. As far as being sealed, I mean, that's the only thing I could conceptualize that's what you're referring to. And I don't think they're allowed to do that at all. It's just that once they're done collecting the information that they need and have the remains, or what remains of the remains, they will bring them back and either ask to conduct military services based off of what happened, or they will relinquish over the remains to the family so that they can enact the will. So if you have, that's the other thing. If you did the will through the military, they should, and you want to get it back from them based on what you had then, it should not be sealed to you at all. You should be able to go, all you need to do is find a representative, most likely either through the VA or even just calling the place where you were stationed directly. They may have records still of your will. If you went and did service and they had a will on file, they should be able to give it to you.
All right, so this next one is a really complicated and nuanced question, and it all depends on the circumstance. Question is, how can I help my mother stop being ashamed of being white? She constantly tans to darken her skin, and she insists our family is Jewish, even though we are Irish. That's a frustrating one and a really difficult one to try to deal with. And it really depends on the individual and what mental health things are going on there. Unfortunately, we live in a world where we are constantly being force fed the idea that we ought to be ashamed of who we are, of our ancestry. Not only that white people are bad, but also that other people that aren't us are good or better or virtuous. And it's really hard to analyze how to break that psychosis depending upon the person who's experienced it and their mental illness. Yeah, it's just so hard to answer on a completely, theoretical basis. I don't think that the way to do it is to just go in hard negative on other people that your mom may idolize, or you said she wants to pretend that you guys are Jewish. I don't think that going really hard anti that is going to be helpful. What I do think is useful is to talk about ancestry and genealogy, talk about the family members that and are aware of, like, hey, we're super Jewish, whatever. Well, what about all four of our grandparents that are Irishmen and not at all Jewish, or all 16 of our great grandparents that are all non-Jewish Catholic Irishmen? Whatever your situation might be, reality is the best thing, but like tangible, not argumentative reality. Another thing, and I know this is, not as sexy or in your face as people may want, but I think it plays out over time, is by you being proud of who you are, not obnoxious and yelling white power at her all the time, but you being proud of who you are and doing that publicly and throughout your life, and her seeing that as not being scary and as being an okay thing. Role modeling really helps with those kind of folks. Tanning is whatever. I'd just leave that be. I don't think that's going to affect anything one way or another. But having actual conversation about actual family members that you know of can help dissuade some of that. Ancestry and other things where you go a little bit deeper into your DNA can help assuage some of that. But you run a risk if you take that test and it tells you have, as these tests are kind of prone to do, if it tells you have a disproportionately high, Ashkenazi Jewish percentage, that's not going to do you any favors on the conversation you want to have with your mom, even if that's, not scientifically accurate. So I think that sticking with people that you actually know in your ancestry to illustrate where you guys come from is important. And again, role modeling is really important. Svan, what are your thoughts?
Social conditioning of a lot of people is a touchy subject. I know people who it's the like the Cherokee princess kind of concept where they just got like a sliver of something and they focus in on that, because in our social conditioning of today, they have been taught that, being white is being vanilla, is being boring, is being basic. Again, that social conditioning is, there's nothing further from the truth. As most everyone on the planet has a very vivid history of things, and few have more of a vivid history than the folk do. And there's, then there's the guilt side. It's like they either deject it as being something that's not really worth anything, it's not worth being proud of, to outright we should feel guilty. And again, nobody's hands on this, rock are clean as far as history goes. So social conditioning is kind of tiresome sometimes. Again, I think Al-Saragothi is wise in this regards. Focus on your positive and do little steps, because anything negative, and oftentimes people will double down simply because they don't even have a reason. They're conditioned to double down, and without any coherent argument, they just no. So instead of forcing or activating the double down, no matter how frustrating it is, focus on the positive stuff, build on the positive, share that. And if they don't ever come to terms with that, make sure it stops with you. Make sure your children are proud. Make sure your children understand. A lot of us have family members who are socially conditioned beyond all repair, or at least beyond all effort to repair, because we're so busy living our own lives and doing our own things. So if you can't change that, change what you can. And, again, realization will come in time, whether it's here or beyond.
All right, so this next question, Svan, I'm curious your thoughts on this. Gentlemen, can you touch on a subject of physical possessions in the afterlife, please? Our ancestors had quite a few
Ooh.
things and even animals buried with them. Thanks. Svan, what are your thoughts on grave goods and physical possessions transferring to the afterlife?
I think that all of that is in it's two things. One, we do believe that the giving of something is kind of like giving the might of something over. However, is it necessary or is it cultural? That's the bigger question. Um, I mean, our ancestors used to do a lot of different types of sacrifices. Some of them we clearly don't do anymore. Um, but grave goods, I think, also have a great cultural significance that we can, if we give fruit, if we give bread, if we give these things over to the gods, we know that it's not them coming by and swinging up and picking up a loaf to take back to the Hoffs. No, it's about what that is, what that represents, that power, that visceral power between us. So grave goods have an example of that. I do when we talk about ancient societies and the horses, dogs, uh, uh, again, even down to like slave girls or slave men, or and I'm talking about anybody. It could be the Egyptians or anyone. Um, this conceptualization, I think, is unique because of how completely understanding and sure of the spiritual understanding, the correlation between the physical and spiritual was so clean and so understood that there was not a lot of mucking about around it. Life was harsh and brutal, and the spiritual world and the physical world were so interwovenly tight. It was just a death and life were all integrated very, very seamlessly. As we've gone on modern times wise, I think that has created some gap, but culturally, I would say goods, but obviously ending the life of an animal or something like that, is it necessary? Is my question. Is it cultural or is it necessary? And in a lot of ways, I think that significance has a lot more. Perfect example would be like this. Our ancestors used to build mounds, and then when they became migratory, they would burn pyres. And then when they reached the oceans, they burned pyred ships. Now you can place your ashes in a container and be placed within like a mausoleum or a containment with all your kinfolk around you. Um, or you can have it buried in the ground and have items placed on it. Some of them could be broken at your request. Some of them could just simply be placed there in memoriam. These are a lot of cultural differences that have happened over generation and generation and generation. Um, Again, it depends. I think some people have, like, if you're living in an apartment and you write in your will, I want you to come over and shoot my dog and put it in the hole that at at Thorshoff when they put it. See, that's where we're starting to get into like the logistic realm of, is that possible or is that necessary? Some people that live out in farms and homesteads, they do have the ability to do certain things that they feel are a little bit more authentic. Especially, there was the big controversy of a folk faith man doing bloat on a cattle. The only thing I disagreed with that was the way he did it. He should have made it very, very quick to the brain instead of we have the technology to make it faster and more humane. He should have done it that way. But these are his animals, this is his property, and this is the way he's doing this. At the end of the day, it's again, your ability and your cultural acceptance of it and the necessity of it is all kind of based on your community. I think the AFA doesn't, like, if I wanted the Bowie knife that I received at my wedding to be placed over my ashes, I don't think anybody would bat an eye at that. But I think culturally it would be hard for me to say I need somebody to fly out and sacrifice my dog with it as well. I think culturally things have changed for us, even in the United States, even as modern Asatru, it's changed. So I'm just giving the honest answer there on that one. That's all I can say.
So I think that the issue is very similar to one with bloat when you're giving gifts. I don't think that those items somehow magically appear on the other side of the veil for you, but I think that the thought put into them is powerful in and of itself. If the idea of giving grave goods is you putting love and devotion into an item and sending that to the other side with a person, that's beautiful and it's a really special thing. But I don't think that, you show up on the other side naked and with no stuff and like, what do I do? And the guy next to you shows up and he's all kitted out and whatever everybody put in the grave goods. And then for the rest of eternity, he lives like a rich man and you live like a pauper. I don't think that's how it works. I think Svan's definitely onto something with the cultural relevance of these things. And certainly if you're in a culture where grave goods are celebrated and you are a great man and you're buried with nothing, that's a disrespect. And you need to have cultural accoutrements in keeping with your status. But that said, in modern times, grave goods really aren't so much of a thing. So I've seen some grave goods put in as a nice gesture and as a token of love from your remaining family. And I think that's beautiful, but I don't think our folk, man, I need a ship and horses and dogs on the other side. So slaughter me some and put them in my grave. And then I'm going to have them when I get on the other. I think that's very, very symbolic and not a literal transfer of things. So yeah, I don't think that they are necessary, but I do think they serve a very important cultural significance at different times in our folk's history. And I think it's certainly a nice gesture.
I wanted to say too that you just made me think of it as the difference between sacral butchering in order to share with the gods and reciprocate versus the sacrifice of an animal to simply place in the state of burial. I think that is one of the cultural differences between us now. I think our folk do see relevance in sacral butchering of an animal to share. So if there was, say, someone who wanted to dedicate, perfect example would be like to make it like plausible for rules on, say, like YouTube or something. If somebody wanted to hold a big luau and have a pig roast in your name, but the pig was alive when it showed up, and then the pig roast commenced. That sacral butchering and that eating of the animal and sharing with your memory and your memorum is a cultural, I think, threshold that I would say is acceptable. I think culturally now, killing the animal with no sense of reciprocation for each other is not culturally acceptable anymore.
Well, it's one of the things of practicality of wasting or not wasting. And one of the things that's always been important to our ancestors when doing animal sacrifice was that the meat was shared out in a communal feast. It was a part of the communion of sharing with the gods and the folk. And once it was sacrificed, and the word sacrifice is interesting in itself etymologically, because it doesn't mean that something is killed or that something is given up. It means that something is made sacred. Doing rites upon an animal that's then slaughtered and shared amongst the folk. The sacrifice is doing the ritual. It's not the idea of giving it up or giving it away. Sharing it and consuming it is part of that ritual and part of the sacrality. And I think it's really it's relevant to our folk way as opposed to that of other peoples on what we do with the creatures that are sacrificed historically. Our next question, what do you think about the idea of immortality? Are you against there being some medical way to make it so humans do not die, or at least do not die of old age or disease and could live extremely long? No, we talked about this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that was like with the transhumanists.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, you could find any dystopian sci-fi situation where you're harvesting organs and stuff from other people to, there's a lot of strange things that you could get into that sound very ghoulish. But, no, being honest, if there's medical technology that can help me live an extremely long time, I'm all for that. I think that medical knowledge that helps you live a really long time, as long as you're in some kind of a reasonable and dignified state, is good. I think you can push anything to extremes, and it's very easy to go to dystopian hellscapes of these things. But I don't think you necessarily need to go there. In general, medicine and medical things that can extend the life of humans is a good thing. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, I mean, I think spiritually, the idea of thinking is like, well, maybe perhaps it's hubris to think that we could reach a point of immortality. So we should be weary of that because, many stories and from many of our Aryan brothers and even our own is that hubris is not a good thing. So, and it often finds a way to bite us in the butt. So, departing from hubris, and I think that's what Al-Sirigodi is talking about, is the dystopian sense of like, keeping the emperor alive in the tomb in order for us to, galvanize our space frontier under his name while he's just kind of in a jar is creepy. The biggest thing I would say though is like within reason. If you alleviate yourself of hubris and take it to the point of reason, that the quality of life is good while it is also long. There's many benefits for us to transfer knowledge and history and make sure that things aren't changed so easily amongst our people. That could be a benefit for us to have long-lived and long-remembering folk and having the ability to pass on that knowledge so that in a generation or two we can't simply just be forgotten about all things. That's a benefit. Health-wise too, living longer is good, but it's about quality of life and distancing ourselves from hubris. But outside of that, if there was technology to do it, sure. I mean, I think it would be worth looking into.
All right. Hey guys, I just wanted to say that you all are an inspiration and lit a fire in me to look from within and really study who I am as a person. Better yet, understand my roots and how my ancestors worshiped. Question: would you say our legacy when we die is our salvation? So I would have to first question the premise. Salvation implies that, okay, in a traditional sense, in Abrahamism, salvation is based on the concept that we are born into sin and that our very existence is sinful and that we need to atone for that or be saved from the consequences of that through whatever. We don't believe that. Life is beautiful, life is good. Our birth, the birth of a new baby, is beautiful and good. The natural course of life and death, and then going to be with our ancestors, is beautiful and good. We have nothing to be saved from. But our legacy is our salvation in terms of, if we were a dirtbag, leaving a better legacy is our hope for, rectifying that. Our legacy is the testament to our worth when we are judged by our ancestors and by our gods as to, where we go in the afterlife. And this, our legacy that post dates our existence. The legacy is very important, and it is what we are judged by. But salvation is an odd term because it doesn't really apply in our faith. One thing I think is really fundamental about the difference, one of the very fundamental differences between Abrahamism generally and Christianity specifically and Asatru is, the Bible talks about how man is saved by faith and not by faith alone and not by works, that none should boast. So your salvation in that system is only based on the benevolence of Jehovah, so that you don't get to brag about good things you have done. We're polar opposite to that. Your boon or downfall in the afterlife is based on your deeds. It is based on works that you have the ability to boast or not to boast based on those things. So it's polar opposite in that regard. But yes, our legacy is that testament that we are judged by our gods, by our ancestors, and by our descendants. Svan, what do you have to add to that?
I mean, you covered it well. I don't know if I would. I don't have much more to add to that. I guess the only thing I could say is sometimes legacy that you create could be salvation for those who live now. And I'll be very careful and use a lot, because you just covered a great point of why salvation is kind of a tricky word, but I'll look at it this way. The legacy you leave behind, if it can be the salvation of those who are living. That's why a lot of people will try to attack legacy. They'll try to contort it, twist it, change it. But the belief in who you left as in the legacy of can help those that descend from you. The people that look upon your legacy, or look upon the people that are trying to twist it, change it, and burn it down. This could create the polarization that is needed in order to create a salvation away from ignorance, or salvation outside of the something that the negative, that which draws or dissipates. It can help build up your folk later. So perhaps not for you, but for the people that follow you. There is a sense that your legacy can lead to giving them salvation from ignorance and building better and making stronger.
All right.
If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. So the next question, thoughts on the Proto-Indo-European pantheon. Are they the same as our gods, or are they their own personalities as well? And if they are their own agents, can we still connect with them? This seems to be the oldest European divinity I can find. So again, we run into challenges with words. Yes, they are. So fundamentally, I get your question, and I don't want to over nuance it. Yes, they are our gods. Our gods are a reflection of them. Some of our gods might be newer than that, but our oldest gods are absolutely reflections. They are that. In the Germanic and specifically Norse context that we view our gods, this is the lens that our folk have evolved best to see and understand and relate to these gods by. If you were to cast that aside and try to practice Proto-Indo-European religion in its original form, first, I think that you're suffering from a lack of materials to do that in a historically authentic way. And secondly, you are missing out on thousands of years of evolution of relationship between your fathers and your mothers and those divinities. I think that the names and personality that we currently ascribe to our gods is the closest and best that we as a folk and as a race have been able to relate to these divinities. I don't think it is perfect. I don't think that we'll ever truly get to perfect, but I think that we trend closer and closer towards perfection the longer we engage in the gift cycle and the longer we earnestly worship these gods. So you fundamentally do yourself a disservice trying to trace them back to the most ancient iteration of them, because sincere people have devoted their lives to evolving that relationship over millennia. So yes, they are the same gods. The things that make them appear different and come to us in different names and different forms at this point are the advances we've made in our cultural and racial relationship to these divinities over the span of eons. What do you have to add to that, Svan?
I would say I agree 100%. And I think the only thing that I have an issue with is the observable point of our ancestors engaging with the gods and realizing in multiplicity that they have expanded and evolved over time, like you said. So a lot of times people that are trying to drive back to this Indo-European one faithness have a tendency to kind of press multiple gods that we believe we have relationships with into one framework, and with a sense of desperation, almost to the point where it's kind of strange to me. The Deus Pater argument without conceptualization of the tripartite of the sky, without talking about how every Aryan branch has a dynamic god, a static god, and a catalytic god of the sky. The tripartite is there and it is very real. And you can conceptualize and say, oh, well, all those gods are just one god, and that god is Deus Pater. And what disservice are you doing in that regards to your ancestors and to the very names and the etymological formings of those of the way we interact with those gods? You're basically just washing it all away and turning into this is, and I'm not saying you specifically, but these people are doing this, and they're doing it in a way in which they kind of funnel everything down into Sky Daddy Earth Mommy. And our I mean, that's like, it's like trad Wiccanism in a way. And it's like, it's cool because the way they do it is through like traditional linguistics and things like that. But at the end of the day, what they are still doing is getting rid of the nuanced differences between our people. If we see Odin as our dynamic throne, and we see Thor as our at a catalytic throne, and we see Frey or Tyr in the stasis throne, you go and look amongst the Hellenics and see Jove or Deus Jupiter, Deus Pater, and you see Hades and Poseidon, and start looking at the tripartites and looking at the thrones that they move through. And then you look at Svalrog and Perun and Veles, and you start to see there's a lot more going on than simply, they're just Sky Daddy, Earth Mom. And there's a lot of cramming going on. And so you're taking kind of the individuals that make up a nation, and you're just kind of cramming them into a framework you need. And that I think is unwise. I don't think that's very pious, and I don't think that's very respectful. So I'm only saying be careful of this. I could understand if perhaps people want to linguistically speak of like Odin as Wothenaz or as Wotan or and things like that, or see Thor as Thunoraz or Thunor, and they're playing around etymologically to create connections to their ethnicity or just the desire to do that for fun. I don't think that's wrong. I don't think that's done impiously. But when you get too far into it, and the other thing is that as our Alistair said, is that our branch has, I think, a significant claim on the correctness based on the least amount of molestation from outside forces. And in doing so, we have enough fragments and gaps that we have to cover. Those gaps and fragments get even bigger when you start talking about the Aryans, or the, as a lot of people want to say, the Proto-Indo-European, la 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 la. Those gaps get even bigger, and so you're like desperately pushing yourself into even further gaps, and then we have to wait for linguistics and archaeology.
Yeah, when you cut everything way back and you try to go back to the original source, Proto-Indo-European, you'll find that most of those gods and most of the words that they use are theoretical. They're best guesses based on very fragmentary things. Though they are the same gods, we find those gods evolved to the best conception we currently have of them through the way that we're doing it now. To go back and cast out, 5,000 years of baby with the bathwater in order to go to the most ancient square one understanding of our gods is a disservice to all our ancestors that have come before us that have evolved that. And it's hard enough right now to fill the holes of connectivity that Svan talked about. It's exponentially harder when we're comparing that to the theorized Proto-Indo-European conception of things. And so much of that is still in the realm of theory and not in the realm of solid information.
And I would like, I think on both of our parts, to say to this person that bear in mind, we are huge fans of like the book Deep Ancestors. We've referenced them numerous times. So don't take this as like an affront on that regards. It's just that it's not tangible enough. And what we do have is tangible. So why would I give?
Yeah. See the points of connection, see the commonalities. Don't search for difference, because it enriches what we do if you're looking for commonality. So the final question we have this evening, one of my favorite stories in our lore is in the Gylfaginning, where Thor goes through a series of challenges and fails them only for Utgard Loki to reveal them as illusion. Aside from this being an entertaining story, is there any deeper meaning behind this story? Svan, what thoughts do you have on this?
Yeah, I think it's imperative to remember the reason why Jotunheim is in the middle and to the east, and why Thor comes down. Or there's a river that they talk about transitioning between the upper realm and the middle, that is not connected to the earth, but is connected between heaven and Jotunheim. And I think a lot of people get caught on the idea that a river means that everything is on the same plane. No. In mythological stories, a river is a solid point separated by unsolidness and then solidified on the other end. So it's a liminal space, and that's why what the rivers truly represent is that they're encapsulating spots or creating barriers that involve transitional space. We've always seen this in Aryan faith. A very common thing for groves is to have waterway, or to have a small bridge to ride over or walk over before you enter a sacred grove or area, because that was like separating you. You've left one place and gone to another. It's really important in that story because we're talking about what the forces he's engaging are in the middle. The forces that Thor engages is Jormungandr. And Jormungandr is a force in the middle, directly connected to the material and in specifics the world. And again, with the grandmother Ada, is time itself. Time is, of course, something that we've talked about, the linearness of time. And I think it points out to the fact that when the gods do enter into the middle, they are in kind of the flow of it. And Thor resisted that direct font. And that's, I think, a cool part of the story. The other parts, like when we talk about Loki and Lowy, it's Logi, but the G is probably soft, so it's Lowy, wildfire, and Loki. That caused a lot of confusion for people, I think. Again, reiterating that Loki and fire. And then, of course, Thialfi and Huey, which again is thought, is mind. I wonder how much of that was entertainment value. The things around Thor seem to be very built around actual middle world, like the changing of the tide while drinking, the moving of Jormungandr, and the font of time itself are all deeply connected to the middle. It's just worth noting, like Thialfi races against thought and Loki, fights against wildfire. And I think it's just re-emphasizing again these middle fields of the far end of Jotunheim, the resistance. Again, Jotunheim is where primordial resistance emanates from. Time is resisting against Thor. Jormungandr is resisting against Thor. And the tides themselves are resisting against Thor's power and movement. That's really what that story is about. Jotunheim is always about primordial resistance. And so when he, at the end, of course, in the heroic fashion, is, don't ever come back here. I'm shutting this door and you're never allowed to come back, because if I had known who you really were, I wouldn't have let you in. Shuts the doors, disappears, and they head back home. That's classic Nordic storytelling of setting up the parody and then opening up to the truth. They do this too with Thor in many different cases, when he has to go and be humiliated and dressed like Freya, but then when he kills everyone in the hall the moment he gets the hammer back. That's that dichotomy again too, is kind of the jibe, and then the result is you see the true nature, and it's terrifying and it's scary, and it's ultimately far more powerful than the joke involved. So the moral of that is, don't make jibes at the striker or you get struck.
Yeah, I think that the standout in that isn't that, Thor fails in those things, but how close he comes to succeeding that's shocking. They think they've got these very primal elemental forces, think that they've, put some insurmountable task before him, and then they're genuinely terrified by how close he comes to overcoming it. The potency of our gods in the face of insurmountable odds, and that striking terror in the forces that would oppose them. I think that's the thing that stands out most to me in that story, and I find very special.
Something you said just hit me just now. You said your lack of awareness does not mean that it, earlier in the questions, your lack of awareness does not mean that you have no effect. In that story, the entirety of the story is that he's consistently saying, I don't understand why I can't do this. I don't understand what's going on. I can't empty the horn. I can't lift the cat. I can't crush the grandma. But yet the effect is the reality. The reality is just, it's not perceived or known yet. And so, but still strive on is kind of like what we were reiterating before in the episode, was even though you don't know the effects of your efforts, you should still commit to deed.
Absolutely. Those who have the ability to see with second sight also see through illusion. You know, Thor sitting there frustrated that he can't finish this horn no matter how hard he tries, while, you know, those who can see are sitting there on the bank wondering where'd the ocean go? What's going on?
Yes.
I think that's really good, and I appreciate you pointing that out, because that's important. Just because you don't see the effect that you have doesn't negate the potency of that effect. Those who can see. Everyone doesn't see your actions all the time, but the gods see. So things count. Even if it doesn't seem like it at the moment, stuff counts. And whether you see the effect of your actions or not, your actions are meaningful and have effect, not just in this world, but in all worlds. Thank you guys so much. This is a really important topic tonight. You guys have had a lot of really great questions. Wasn't 6 hours, but it's 5 hours. This is 5 hours and 15 minutes. This is a pretty good size broadcast. Yeah, thank you guys very much. Whoops. Okay, there's one last question. But nope, we already went over this question, but I'll wrap it up. Gentlemen, is there a right way or proper burial for one of our folk that will help them in the afterlife? Funeral pyre, cremation, etc. Talked about this earlier. There's different customs in different places and in different times of our ancestors. There's no one right way. In the Asatru Folk Assembly, we believe we have a preference for cremation. Cremation came in with the cult of the Allfather, and it was believed to disintegrate the different separation pieces of the soul the quickest and move you the quickest from this world to where you're supposed to be on the other side. And it would hasten that by that quick destruction of the leak. So that's what we think. Doing that and then having your ashes and your remains interred in one of our sacred locations allows a piece of yourself to be tied to our holy ground and to continue to be with us and amongst us when we gather, when we do our rituals, and in a very visceral way, it keeps you part of the folk, part of our folk. So that's what we think is the best way. But yeah, guys, thank you so much. It's been great. I enjoy these. I know I'm looking a little bit tired. I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty tired, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to next time I talk to you guys. Svan, thank you so much, as always, for joining us and sharing your wisdom.
Thank you for having me.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good night. Until next time, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember that victory never sleeps.